it going. And then, the difference from this team from the last time we saw him in January to now is Race Thompson. He was off to a tremendous start in the game in Iowa City and then had a knee injury and didn't come back in that game, nor did he for a month and a half. But he's back now and really adds another dimension to this game alongside Davis.
Yeah, he hit his first 4 shots. Now he hangs out around the basket, Bobby, as you know, at 6'8" and 250. He can do that. But he was 4 for 4 from the field, made a couple free throws, had a handful of rebounds when he went down. He only played 10 minutes in that first half.
Yeah, a difference maker, no doubt about it. And they were a different team. Talk about the Hawkeye comeback. It's because Race was not in that game, and Hawkeyes really picked it up. Tony Perkins was phenomenal. Chris Murray was phenomenal in that one. So you need a great effort here tonight. Inside it'll be a sold-out Assembly Hall. Final week of the season. Everybody's playing for position, and both teams, Gary, feeling really good about themselves. That Hawkeye come-from-behind victory against Michigan State, unbelievable. It's still hard to fathom how they did it. They did it because they made 3-point shots and one missed free throw there by the kid at the end of the game. A.J. Hoggard opened the door for the Hawks. They got it to overtime and dominated.
And how good is Indiana playing? Well, the Hoosiers have won 10 of their last 13 games. And Bobby, to your point, the Hawkeyes with that improbable comeback victory over Michigan State trailed by 11 with a minute and a half remaining, but then nailed a half a dozen threes to catch the Spartans and win it in overtime behind Tony Perkins' stellar play. He had a tip dunk, a putback for a basket. The shooting is back in rhythm, says Peyton Sanford, and he should know. He had a half dozen trays in that game.
He was phenomenal, and you could just see his confidence grow with every made basket that he made, and it's good because going down the stretch here, it's gonna run out of games here. We only got 2 this week, and then you got Big Ten tournament, and then the NCAA tournament on the horizon. So you got to relish these opportunities, and to go on the road in a historic place here like Assembly Hall, where the Hawkeyes have had success over the years, and great opportunity for the Hawks.
Now, Indiana led Iowa by 21 in the first half back in Iowa City on January 5th, but the Hawks roared back to win 91-89 in a game that saw Chris Murray and Philip Rebraca post double-doubles. The Hawkeyes out-rebounded the Hoosiers and nailed 22 of 25 from the free throw line, but I want to come back to rebounding. That'll be huge again tonight.
It will be huge because both teams like to shoot it from the outside. Indiana, 38% three-point shooting team. The Hawkeyes about the same, so you gotta keep Race Thompson. I keep going back to him. He's a huge key because that's what he does. He hangs out the rim, as you mentioned, Gary. He gets a lot of offensive rebounds, saves a possession for him. And then Trace Jackson-Davis, this kid has scored 2,000 points and got 1,000 rebounds plus. So that's the only player in Indiana basketball history to ever do that. So, they like to go to the glass. Their guards will rebound the basketball. Shafino, we talked about. Trey Galloway has good size. And then they got athletes come off the bench. They'll get out and run with you. So, Hawks imperative that before they get out and run, Gary, that you keep all 5 guys in that area, painted area, and they come up with the rebound and then you get it and go.
Think about those numbers. 2,000 career points, 1,000 rebounds. The only Indiana Hoosier ever to do that. There's only been 4 in the history of the Big Ten that have accomplished that feat, Bobby, and we know them all. One's going to be Big Dog.
Glenn Robinson.
And we'll tell you who the other 2 are a little bit later on. Speaking of record-breaking or record-tying, Coach Fran McCaffrey is within 1 victory of tying Tom Davis for the most regular season Big Ten wins in school history with 125. Right now, that's the furthest thing from his mind, though, and from his scouting report. More straight ahead on the EMC Insurance pregame show. Glad you can join us from Indiana, where the Hawks and the Hoosiers tip off at 6 o'clock, a little less than an hour from now. EMC Insurance has been a proud supporter of Hawkeye basketball all season long. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. And find your agent at emcins.com. When we come back, we take a trip down memory lane with a Hawkeye Hoosier historical winning moment presented by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Hawkeye fans offering expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable Hawkeye gear, Authentic Brand Apparel has me looking my best on game day and every day. Shop the premium selection of outerwear, hoodies, hats, and more at authentic-brand.com. Save 15% instantly with coupon code Hawkeye Radio. That's all one word, Hawkeye Radio at authentic-brand.com.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Basketball players don't always get a second chance. But now with the Iowa Lottery, basketball fans do. Play Money Madness or Triple Tripler scratch tickets and you could win up to $100,000. Not a winner? Enter your ticket online or scan it in our app and you could win 2 VIP suite seats to see the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Men's National College Basketball Tournament. Play today at any Iowa Lottery retailer and enter your tickets to see March basketball from the suite seats.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
Silver lining means you are backed by a policy and a company that is going to do everything they can to get you back whole to like you were before.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
But there's a promise there. You know, that word means we're going to answer our promise in the policy and get you back up and running if you're a business, or, you know, if you're home, we're going to get your home put back together as if nothing had happened.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. Welcome back to the famed Assembly Hall in Bloomington, Indiana. It's now named after the Simon Scote family, Scote Assembly Hall. Longtime supporter of Hoosier basketball. This place will hold between 17 and 18,000, and it goes straight up, Robert.
It does, Mr. Dolphin. Yeah, they renamed this the Simon Schott Assembly Hall. They kept the name Assembly Hall on it, but everybody looking for that money and got it on the floor here. But they've gone under a renovation, Gary, and have kept the historical nature of the place. And they've had their issues with things falling from the ceiling, but as I checked it out, scoped it out, looks like everything's pretty secure.
Why are you wearing that football helmet then?
Yeah, just in case.
I don't think that's going to help you. But, well, you played winning basketball here at Assembly Hall back in your day, in the 1980 Final Four year especially, and a couple years after that.
Yeah, absolutely. Had some big victories here. And Lute and Bobby Knight always used to like to go at each other, and it was always heated. I can remember a game in 1981, their national championship year. Stepped up there. I had to make 4 free throws at the end of that game to seal that victory. Isaiah Thomas was a point guard at that time. We were in our Lute Olson 4-corner offense and got thrown into the front row there and step up and make the free throws, scared to death. But you know what? Just find that middle of that orange cylinder up there and let it fly. And luckily they went in.
Welcome to Assembly Hall, the home of one of the blue bloods of college basketball, the Indiana Hoosiers. But Hansen made the free throws, and that in and of itself would be a great Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of our friends at Riverside Casino and Golf. But for tonight, we're going to come a little bit closer to present day. Junior guard at the time, Jordan Bohannon, matched his season high of 25 points, including scoring the last 11 to help the Hawkeyes hold on for a crucial 77-72 victory over Indiana on February 7th of 2019. Here's Bohannon. Double move, drives inside, a score! power off glass. He circled right of the lane, went back left, and with the left hand, went up in heavy traffic and got the layup to go. Was whacked on the side of the head, and a free throw coming. Wieskamp to Garza. Throws inside to Cook. To Bohannon in the corner. Rainbow three. Good by J-Bo. And he puts the finger up to the lips as if to say, shh, to the crowd. Well, that quieted him for the moment. Here's Bohannon, a three going to his right. Oh! He rattles it in. Jordan Bohannon, back-to-back threes. Hawks hustle back in the zone. 72-65 Iowa. Iowa would win by 5. Talk about demoralizing. And those last 2 threes, I remember, were right at the end of the shot clock.
Yeah, they were. I remember it well when we were reviewing it there a little bit, but he did quiet this crowd down. It was a big crowd here at Assembly Hall, and Jordan, he's got the guts of a burglar, I guess, if you will, and he's not afraid of the moment, not afraid to take that shot, and not afraid to make it. I remember another one he made in the Big Ten tournament last year, Gary. End of the clock, banked it in for the game winner against the Hoosiers.
A bank three that put Indiana away in the semifinal round up in Indianapolis, not too far from here. Tyler Cook had 13 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists in the first half as the Hawkeyes took a 10-point lead here at the Assembly Hall. Tyler finished with 21 points, 7 rebounds. The other thing I remember about Bohannon, when the game is on the line and you put him at the foul line, you might as well head for the parking lot. He made 5 of 6 free throws in the final 27 seconds.
Don't know how he missed the one that he missed, but Jordan, what a great career that he had, and so many big game shots that he made. Clutch performer.
That's tonight's Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment, sponsored by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and much more, just minutes south of Iowa City. Hopefully we can create some new memories for our Hawkeye Historical Moment here tonight. Up next, though, we'll look at the U.S. Bank scoreboard and have more pregame coverage of Iowa, Indiana. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Coco Creative Agency has launched the Inclusive Cultural Marketing Program, an initiative uplifting minority-owned business across Iowa. Businesses like Hip Hope, who are hosting the Many Shades of Color Young Women's Conference on March 4th. For more information about this event, be sure to Google Many Shades of Color Conference. Let's prioritize impact over transaction and uplift minority-owned businesses across all Iowa communities.
Are you trying to make your bread go further? We have the recipe. Move your car loan to Community Choice and make no payments for up to 3 months. That's right, up to 3 months of no car payments. Go to unbankyourbread.com today and get started in just 60 seconds. Did we mention there's no cost to move your loan? Up to 3 months of no car payments and no cost to move. That's making your bread go further. Community Choice. Unusual? No, it's unbanking. Visit unbankyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Hawkeye basketball tonight from Indiana. The Indiana Hoosiers ranked 15th this week, hosting the Hawkeyes. The Hoosiers, after a huge win over Purdue at Purdue, 5th-ranked Purdue on Saturday. They got a lot of momentum going with Trace Jackson-Davis, one of the leading candidates for Big Ten Player of the Year. The only reason I say that is because Zach Edey at Purdue has had a knockout season, but we shall see. The All-Big Ten women's basketball team was announced today. The Player of the Year, who do you think? Of course, Caitlin Clark. She is now a 2-time Big Ten Conference Player of the Year. She was on every all-conference team known to mankind. Of course, Monica Sonato was a unanimous pick for the coaches' first team, and Hannah Stolke was the 6th Player of the Year, the best at first coming off the bench. Way to go, Hannah, freshman from Cedar Rapids, Washington. Caitlin out of West Des Moines Dowling, and Sonato, the Minnesota native, where the Hawks are headed next for the Big Ten tournament in Minneapolis, starting, their first game, Iowa's first game, will be on Friday at 5:15 for the pregame here on the Hawkeye Network with Robbie and Jamie K.V. Lang. 5:30 for the tip on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Iowa will play the winner of Purdue and Wisconsin, who get things going later on this week. Everything at the Target Center. It's an easy drive. You want to head up and support the Hawks this weekend. The Iowa wrestling team heads to Ann Arbor for the Big Ten Championships. Action begins Saturday, 9 a.m. on our Hawkeye Radio Network affiliate KXIC in Iowa City with Stephen Grace and the great Mark Ironside. Now, baseball, the Hawkeye baseball team, boy, they open eyes around the country, ranked in the top 25 now after that electrifying win 12-4 over top-ranked, number 1 ranked LSU over the weekend down at a tournament in Texas. The Hawkeyes are 5-1 and hosting Loras College out of Dubuque in their home opener at Banks Field. Hawks have 3 solo homers from Keaton Anthony, DeRiggi, and Tello, and lead Loras by a count of 3-0. That game now is after 4 innings. 4-6-1 for the Hawkeyes, 0-3-1 for the Dewhawks. So the Hawks are leading the Dewhawks 4-0 as they go to the top of the 5th. One other game in the Big Ten tonight after our game here with the Hoosiers. It's Michigan State at Nebraska. Fred Hoiberg's Huskers, playing really good basketball, will be in Carver Hawkeye Arena on Sunday afternoon, a 1 o'clock tip, noon for the pregame show here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Other top 25 games of note tonight. 6th-ranked Marquette plays at Butler. 13th-ranked Virginia is at home to Clemson. And Bobby, we remember Terry Holland tonight, the great Virginia coach. He coached at several schools, an outstanding AD and administrator for a number of years, one of the class acts in all of college basketball. But he had that Virginia program with Ralph Sampson going about the time you were at Iowa.
Yeah, about the same time. Ralph and I are the same high school class there in 1979. I was a teammate of Ralph's in Sacramento. He had really, really, really bad knees at that point. But I thought of Ralph. I thought of Terry Holland, and he kind of first came to into the public's psyche, I guess, when they went over to Hawaii and lost to Chaminade before the Maui, the precursor to what is now the Maui Invitational over there. But Terry Holland took his team with Big Ralph over there, and the Giant Killers of Chaminade knocked him off. But bad Alzheimer's he had for I think the last 4 years. I read an article, but you're right. He was a true gentleman, and what a coach he was. What an administrator. What a career that he had out on the East Coast. And to convince Ralph Sampson, who everybody in the country wanted him, to stay home right there near Harrisburg, Virginia, and attend the University of Virginia there in Charlottesville. Rest in peace, Terry Holland, and he's up there in basketball heaven.
Had him in a couple Final Fours, had great success at East Carolina. So well respected. Terry Holland passing away this week at age 80. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update. U.S. Cellular is on a mission to find us again by putting down our phones, and the Phones Down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Find out more at uscellular.com/find us. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch of U.S. Bank or log on today at usbank.com. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. And Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. Up next, we'll hear from Indiana head basketball coach Mike Woodson. He sits down with our Bobby Hansen, courtesy of Grizzly Coolers. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus, all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Get in the game with Extreme Internet. Experience speeds up to an incredible 1 gig. Supercharge every room with whole home Wi-Fi 360 Pro and turn your home into the most connected pad on the block. You don't have time to play around with slow, unreliable internet. Get the speed, unbeatable reliability, and game-winning performance you deserve with Extreme, powered by Mediacom. Call 8444-FASTER for details. Download speeds may vary. Monthly data usage allowance applies.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hawkeye fans, join Rob Brooks and Lisa Bluter each week from 6 to 7 for Hawk Talk at Bumps Restaurant, presented by Oak Knoll. View the season schedule at HawkeyeSports.com.
Welcome back to Assembly Hall in Bloomington, Indiana, where the Hawkeyes and the Hoosiers will tip off shortly as the jockeying for a higher seed and playing for double byes and all that continues here in the final week of the regular season of Big Ten basketball. Earlier today, if you missed it, University of Iowa Hawkeye Caitlin Clark was named Big Ten Player of the Week and Big Ten Player of the Year. Caitlin and the Hawkeyes will head to Minneapolis later this week and defend their championship at the Big Ten postseason tournament. The Hawks are the number 2 seed and will play the winner of opening round game between Purdue and Wisconsin. We'll have more on that later as the evening wears on. Right now, here on the EMC Insurance pregame show, it's time to hear from Indiana head coach Mike Woodson. He's sponsored by Grizzly Coolers. Shop now for Iowa Hawkeye Grizzly Coolers and drinkware at local retailers and online at grizzlycoolers.com. Grizzly coolers, bear tough for hunting, fishing, and camping, and built to last for a lifetime of tailgating.
Well, Coach, good to see you, and congratulations. A big victory over at Mackey Arena for the Hoosiers on Saturday. How'd you guys get that one done?
It was a huge win for us. I just thought our defense was solid, from beginning to end, and, we put a lot of good offense the second half to get the cushion that we needed to win.
And looked like Trace Jackson, not a big scoring night, but the freshman, who I really like, Jalen Hood-Schifino, really took over the game both halves.
He played extremely well. He's played well all year for a freshman. But Trace has been the driving force for us. Had a slow game, had a big second half. Still had 6-7 assists that really helped us from an offensive standpoint.
Yeah, talk about that part of his game. Really improved passing out of the post when the double team comes, able to find the shooters on the offside. That's probably the area he's improved the most in.
Well, he had to improve because, teams are double teaming him. And, if you don't have it or you can't beat the double team, you got to find open people that are on the floor that are open that can make shots.
And, Mike, you guys sit there in a solid second place in the Big Ten. Purdue now has been declared the Big Ten's winner, but you're playing for that coveted double bye in Chicago. Your thoughts on the finish the week ahead?
Well, again, I don't ever look ahead. I just try to get these guys in position to play one game at a time, and then everything else takes care of itself.
Now, let's talk about the Hawkeyes here. How are they different than the last time that you saw them in Iowa City?
They've been winning some games, and they've basically still been playing the same, and won a big game against Michigan State, which they were dead in the water, and somehow ended up making plays down the stretch and winning the game.
And, Mike, what do you expect out of this game here tonight? Early fireworks or just another tough night in the Big Ten?
Well, again, it's, every game is tough in the Big Ten. I mean, home or away, you got good teams. So, I'm expecting a good game, and we got to commit ourselves for 40 minutes.
Okay, Coach. Well, congratulations again on the season at hand, and good to see you, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much.
Indiana, the best shooting team in the Big Ten at just under 50%, so the Hawkeye defense has its work cut out for it tonight. Iowa did turn over the Hoosiers quite regularly at Carver Hawkeye Arena a month and a half ago. Hopefully that happens again tonight. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by State Farm with surprisingly great rates. State Farm is the real deal. You can get personalized service from your local agent or use the State Farm mobile app when you're on the go. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Up next, we'll hear from Hawkeye head coach Fran McCaffrey. He's presented by John Deere. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Business insurance become one size fits all. At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/bewell. Federally insured by NCUA.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
Mullet's, home of the best breakfast in Des Moines, is a proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Locally owned, Mullet's Fun Riverside Bar and Grill is famous for their own special Bloody Mary mix and serving up a delicious full menu for breakfast and lunch. And this local treasure is expanding with franchise opportunities available. From dine-in to private parties to catering, you too can enjoy Mullet's, celebrating all things about the hairstyle that's business in the front and party in the back.
This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. The Hawkeyes are 2-2 against Associated Press ranked foes this season. 2-0 at home and 0-2 away from Iowa City. So they got a chance to break that ice tonight here against the ranked Indiana Hoosiers, number 15 rated Indiana Hoosiers. Welcome back to the EMC Insurance pregame show. Time now to hear from Iowa basketball coach Fran McCaffrey. He is sponsored each game day by John Deere. John Deere, including great Iowa dealers like Van Wall Equipment in Missouri Valley.
Short turnaround from game 29 to game 30. You know, the season starts in June now, not October. I don't know, how do you, and then the comeback Saturday, how do you keep from avoiding a mental and or physical letdown after 2 days, or can you?
You're right, Dolph. It's not easy. You know, I think a lot of it comes down to the maturity of your players. Primarily your leadership. You know, we have a pretty good focus, I think, in that locker room. They understand the business-like approach that's necessary, because not only is it a quick turnaround, every team is different. Every team is coached differently. Every team has different kind of personnel, different focus in terms of the game plan. So you just hope that your guys are smart with how they take care of their bodies. Now, we're going to be smart. We don't push them real hard with a short turnaround. We went pretty hard yesterday for about an hour and 20 minutes. And obviously the day after the game, we didn't do a lot, but watch film and so forth. So I think it comes down to your business-like approach.
Coach, a quick visit to Saturday. Among much to like, I was most impressed with the 15 offensive rebounds. Led to 25 more second chance points than Michigan State. Those are my highlights among many.
Well, I think it's particularly important because look how they shot the ball. I mean, their shooting numbers would typically equate to a 20-point loss. So you have to make up for it somewhere. Fewer turnovers, more offensive rebounds, more threes. Yeah, the math just doesn't work otherwise. And we had 17 threes we made. That's great because that meant we were open. I can't remember us taking a bad one. Even when we made 5 late, they were all good shots by good shooters. I think Patrick's offensive rebound and kick back to Chris for the 1-3 was huge because they get that rebound and the game's probably over. So just really credit the guys for staying in the fight and understanding how to manage the game. The game's never over when the three-point shot is alive.
Coach, 24 points for Tony Perkins, that's one thing, but 9 rebounds and 6 assists. I mean, his floor game continues to evolve, doesn't it?
Yeah, and he's making fewer mistakes. You know, you turn him loose, that's when he's at his best. But when you do that, he or anybody else is susceptible maybe to a few turnovers. Teams start doubling him, start pressuring him. He had a few, but he didn't have many. You put up a line like that in that type of situation, really speaks to his character.
Coach, this first game with Indiana a month and a half ago, the Hawks erased a 21-point
first half deficit. You're still down at 10 with the Hoosiers. Come back to win that one by 2. And they've got Trace Jackson Davis and Jalen Hood-Schifino. I mean, they're better now than they were then. But what do you remember about that game, and how do you counter those two tonight in the rematch?
Well, those two are special. They're put up incredible numbers. And the other thing is, I think one of the reasons why they're playing better, back then, Xavier Johnson had just gotten hurt. So they were adjusting to, okay, who's going to take over at the point? Is it going to be Hood-Schifino? Is it going to be Trey Galloway? What direction are they going to go in? Now those guys have had an opportunity to play together for quite some time. And either of them can play the point. Both of them are big. Both of them can make threes. Then you have Trace and Race, two of the most veteran front court guys in our league, both big and strong. And you got a team that's shooting 38% as a team from three-point range. So it's easy to understand why they've gotten on a roll the way they did.
And Galloway is much better, I think. He's playing a lot more minutes, and of course, Race Thompson is healthy again.
Race being healthy is a big deal, but I think you're right. I mean, Galloway, he was always a really good player. He just was not a consistent shooter. And so give him credit for working on his shot and starting to really bury that three-point shot. I mean, he's over 50%. Those are incredible numbers.
Okay, look, now, Bobby and I are sitting right behind you tonight, so if you need to get in a stare down, just look up at us, because you know we'll start laughing at the same time.
Well, I about started laughing the other day. You know, I just knew I couldn't say anything else, so I was out of options.
It was outstanding theater. Thanks, Coach.
Appreciate it, Dolph.
Hawkeyes will be hard-pressed to contain Jalen Hood-Schifino coming off that 35-point effort at Purdue. And, of course, there's always Trace Jackson Davis, one of the best players in all of college basketball. They have other threats like Miller Kopp, the Northwestern transfer, Trey Galloway, who's lighting it up from the outside, and, of course, the big brute, Race Thompson on the inside. He is a rebounding machine. But the Hawks were successful in Iowa City in the long run. Hopefully they are again tonight. Our pregame visit with Coach Fran McCaffrey is sponsored by Van Wall Equipment. Nothing runs like a deer, especially when supported by the team at Van Wall Equipment. Stop by one of their locations and learn how to farm better, work smarter, and play harder when you run with Van Wall and John Deere. In a minute, Bobby Hansen has his club car wash keys to the game, keys to a Hawkeye victory over the Hoosiers here tonight in Bloomington. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Some companies are very standoffish or very afraid to get directly involved with the repair process. So we will physically take our phone, call the guy we know that can do it, and say, hey, I'm standing at this address. I need somebody to come over here and pull this limb out of this house. A lot of companies won't do that.
A West Bend claims representative on handling a claim.
And we bring that sense with us that we can fix it. That's the biggest thing we do for them.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment makes every shot count and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, Start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/Iowans win.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Welcome back to Assembly Hall. This is the EMC Insurance pregame show. We're counted down to Iowa and Indiana in about 15 minutes. Right now, Bobby Hansen has his keys to the game. Keys to a Hawkeye victory. Sponsored by the official car wash of the Iowa Hawkeyes, Club Car Wash, with unlimited memberships starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. Well, somewhere at the top of your list has to be either Trace Jackson Davis or Jalen Hood-Schifino, or both.
Yeah, they're in the top three, no doubt about it. But the number one key for me today, Gary, is start of the game. Going to be tremendous energy here in Assembly Hall tonight. The Hoosiers defeat Purdue on Saturday last weekend, and now they see the path to the double bye in the Big Ten tournament coming up next week. So you got to withstand that early Indiana rush that they're going to come at you just like they did in Iowa City. They're going to be going to Trace Jackson Davis. So number one key for me is the start of the game. Withstand the energy rush by the Hoosiers. Number two, as you mentioned, is TJD. Trace Jackson Davis having an all Big Ten, all-American year for the 6'9" senior. He's passing out of the post, as you heard Coach Woodson talk about. He's been getting double teamed. He's finding open shooters, cross court, really making a difference when those guys are stepping up and making shots. He averages almost 4 assists a game, so you got to get the ball out of his hands early. Double him for sure if he gets rolling. He's capable of 30-plus points here tonight, and he sees his career winding down. He's already said he's going to the pros next year, so you got to really D up on Trace Jackson Davis. Don't allow any big nights for him. Make him go right. He's an all left-handed player. The third key is going to be that super freshman, Jalen Hood-Schifino. Really has come into his own lately. Carried IU at Purdue when Trace Jackson was limited offensively. You got to defend the high screen up there. Zach Edey, the 7'4" player, could not stay with Jalen when they went to that high screen, and he took advantage of him and hit a lot of mid-range 15-footers, a shot after shot in that game. So the three keys: start of the game, Trace Jackson, and then Jalen Hood-Schifino. But a final one is for the Hawks. You need a big game out of Chris Murray, your superstar, and the threes have to drop, Gary. I mean, it's such a different team when everybody's hitting threes for the Hawkeyes. Peyton Sanford, watching him warm up, he's got that confidence rolling. So should be a great one here tonight in Bloomington, Indiana.
You always liked this arena as a shooting arena?
I did. I just got great history to it. You know, the late 70s, early 70s, those teams, and then to come in here, they're always ranked in the top 10. So just something about the energy, the basketball that is played here in this place, and you got to block everything out, though, man. You got to bring your attention, bring your focus down to those 4 lines, the sidelines and the baselines. Concentrate on that orange cylinder right in the middle of the picture.
Well, the Hawks should be motivated to win tonight over Indiana, and they catch the Hoosiers. Both would have 11 wins, but the Hawks would own the tiebreaker by virtue of the 2-game sweep of the regular season. We hope so. Bobby's keys to the game are brought to you by the official car wash of the Hawks, Club Car Wash, with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com to find the nearest location. Heart disease is the leading cause of death for men and women in the United States. Do not let any heart condition go unnoticed or undiagnosed. Whether it's a routine checkup or a complex procedure, you want expert care from specialists who know your heart condition inside and out. University of Iowa Heart and Vascular Center advanced trained cardiologists use state-of-the-art diagnostic tools and offer highly advanced, minimally invasive treatment options. It's heart care that doesn't only change lives, it saves them. Make an appointment today at uihc.org/HVC or call 319-356-7102. The Mid-American Energy starting lineups for the Hawkeyes and the Hoosiers are next, along with the Shields colors of the game. That means tip-off is getting closer. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
Get to the point. 0.99% APR, that is. Open your new home equity line of credit with Community Choice and get a 0.99% APR introductory rate for your first 6 months. Oh, did we point this out? You won't pay closing costs. Get started online in less than 60 seconds from the comfort of your couch. Go to unbankwithus.com. With skyrocketing inflation, there's no point in waiting. Get to the point today. Community Choice. Unusual? Nah, it's unbanking. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis. See credit union for details.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Put your personal touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Starting lineups, the Hawkeyes and the Hoosiers are sponsored by Mid-American Energy. No matter what type or size business you own, Mid-American Energy can help you save energy and add to the bottom line. Obsessively, relentlessly at your service, Mid-American Energy. A lot of energy in this building. The Simon Schott Assembly Hall, where the lights have been turned down and the Hoosiers are about to return to the floor. Hawkeyes will be, the Hawkeyes are going to beat them out onto the floor, as you can no doubt tell, with the entrance and the boos cascading from the IU student section. Let's take a look at the Indiana Hoosiers, led by the All-American Trace Jackson Davis, 6'9" forward, 245-pound senior from Greenwood, Indiana. He's got the complete game, averaging 20 points, 11 rebounds, and 4 assists. 57% shooter from the field. Then there's Jalen Hood-Schifino, 6'6", and a freshman guard from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Monteverde Academy. 14 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists on average for Hood-Schifino, who had 35 at Mackey Arena the other evening. Race Thompson, whose mom, Stephanie, played volleyball at Iowa back in the late 80s. Of course, the son of also the great Darrell Thompson, the running back at Minnesota, and Green Bay Packers. Darrell does the Gopher football broadcast. So Race has got some Iowa blood in him. 6'8", 235-pound redshirt senior from Plymouth, Minnesota. Trey Galloway at a guard, 6'4", junior from Culver, Indiana. He's really elevated his game the second half of the season. Trey's averaging 7 points, 3 rebounds. Thompson, by the way, is 8 points, 5 boards. And Miller Kopp, the former Northwestern Wildcat, he loves to shoot the three, loves to hang out in the corner. Hawkeyes have to be aware where Miller Kopp is, 6'7", 215 pounds from Houston, averaging 8 points and a couple rebounds. They'll come off the bench with Anthony Leal, Malik Renew, Michael Shipp, Jordan Geronimo, and others. Indiana 20-9 on the year, 11-7 in the Big Ten, tied for second place, averaging 76 points, giving up 68. Head coach Mike Woodson in his second year at the helm. Now for the Hawkeyes, Fran McCaffrey in his 13th season needs one victory to tie Tom Davis for the most victories in conference. in the history of Iowa basketball. Philip Rabracha, steady Eddie, 6'9", 230. Senior, 14 points, 8 rebounds a game for 0. There's Aaron Eulis at a guard, the 6'3" junior from Chicago Heights. Aaron averaging 7 points and a couple rebounds, had a solid game the other day against Michigan State. Tony Perkins, the 6'4" junior from nearby Indianapolis. He's got a lot of his family here. A lot of Lawrence North alums as well. Tony with 24 on Saturday, averages 12, 4 rebounds, and 3 assists. Chris Murray, he's putting up 20 points, 8 boards a game, the 6'8" junior from Cedar Rapids. And Connor McCaffrey, the Florida General, at 6'6", 215 pounds, averages 7 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. He's the reason Iowa is the very best in the land at assist-to-turnover ratio. Those are the starting lineups. Of course, the Hawks will employ Patrick McCaffrey and Peyton Sanford, Josh Dix, and DeSante Bowen a time or two this evening off the bench. The lineups courtesy of Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. Time now for the uniform colors, the colors of the game, courtesy of Shields. The Hawks are wearing the road black with the gold and white trim. Indiana will be in their crimson and cream, their usual home uniforms, the milky white with the crimson and white trim. Those are the school colors. Make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Let me give you a quick program update, too. Normally, you would have heard Coach McCaffrey's weekly Hawk Talk last night on Monday night from the Hyatt Regency in Coralville on the Iowa River Landing at the Edgewater Grill and Bar. But yesterday was a travel day for the Hawks down here to Bloomington. So our Hawk Talk program can be heard tomorrow night from 7 until 8:30. Please come out and join us tomorrow night live from the Hyatt Regency in the Iowa River Landing. We'll be on the air from 7 until 8:30. If not, be sure you tune in on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Well, that's our pregame coverage for tonight. The game is next. Indiana, Iowa has a special ring to it from the Assembly Hall in Bloomington. That's next here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
If you thought starting a business took courage, imagine starting over after a fire, damaging storms, or a cyber attack. When disaster strikes, business owners count on EMC for fast, experienced claim service. Our countrywide network of local offices ensures we're always ready to answer the call, investigate every claim, explain what's covered, and process payments as quickly as possible. Count on getting back to business when you count on EMC.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford Tough Trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
On the Hawkeyes Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Hyatt Regency, caring for people so they can be their best. And by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. It's game time.
Steal off the 1-2-2 and a dunk by Chris Murray.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Back at the Assembly Hall in Bloomington, getting ready for Iowa and Indiana before we tip off. This dinner bell. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds, station ID along the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa basketball. Glad you're tuned in to great radio stations like Clinton's KROS 105.9 FM and 1340 AM. WOC in Davenport, 1420 on the AM dial. In Harlan, hi to the folks listening in on KNOD 105.3. In Sioux City, longtime supporter of the Hawks, KSCJ, both AM and FM, 1360 AM, 94.9 FM. And in Marshalltown, KFJB, 93.9 FM and 1230 AM on the dial. Of course, our flagship stations, AM 600 WMT in Cedar Rapids, WHO, AM 1040 in Des Moines, reaching out across 40 states. Couldn't do it without you folks, you people listening in, whether it be on the Hawkeye Network or Sirius XM satellite. We should have a full house here, better than 17,000 at the Assembly Hall. And Bobby, I'm guessing we'll have a full house around the country tuned in. This is one of the better matchups I look forward to all year long.
The history here in Indiana. A little bit of a late arriving crowd, but they got their students into it. They pumped up the volume here, and both teams look like they are ready to go.
Hawkeyes, the highest scoring team in the Big Ten at just under 81 points a game. Indiana averages 75. Iowa, 75 points a game allowed. Indiana, 67.5. Both teams shoot really well. Of course, the Hoosiers are number one in the Big Ten at 49%. The Hawks shoot almost 46. Indiana defends at 40%. Iowa at 47%. Both are about mid-70s from the foul line. The stat that caught my eye, rebound margin, Indiana at 3.5, Iowa at 1.5. The Hawks got to block out tonight. That's first and foremost.
Yeah, you want to run, no doubt about it, but all five guys got to remain on their defensive glass, and don't let a guy like Race Thompson, who makes a living of getting loose balls and getting those offensive rebounds, keeping possessions alive for Indiana. And then, of course, Trace Jackson-Davis, he is such a tough guard in there. You got to have some help. He catches the ball, come with a double team, make him give it up.
Trace Jackson-Davis at 6'9", Chris Murray at 6'8". Will jump center. Brian Dorsey, the umpire, will tip it or throw it up, and the ball's in the air and controlled by the Hoosiers. Earl Walton and Edwin Young are the referees. Jackson-Davis backing down Rebracha. They go inside. Schifino's open for three. No good off the right of the iron. And Miller Kopp pried the rebound away from Chris Murray. Shot from the wing is no good by Galloway. And after two misses, Aaron Eulis brings the ball back down the floor for the Hawkeyes. So the Hawks get a stop. Here's a skip pass to Rebraca. Left of the lane, banging bodies with Race Thompson. Now they swing it around wide side to Chris Murray. His three is good. And the Hawkeyes get off to a better start. 3-0, 1 minute into the game.
Yeah, good ball movement by the Hawkeyes. They looked inside. Philip Rebraca being guarded by Race Thompson. They came with a double team from Miller Kopp, and then they had to rotate on the backside. Chris Murray got himself open, far right wing, for the three.
Yeah, Rebraca immediately got the ball back out on the wing, and it ended up with Murray. Here's Miller Kopp. Can't take the corner three. Now to Galloway. Weak side feed for Trace Jackson Davis. His jumper in the lane is no good. It hit the baseline as he out-wrestled Rebraca for the board, and it's off at Trace Jackson Davis. 3-0 Iowa. The Hawks come back with a basketball against Indiana full court man.
Good fight by Philip Rebraca in the post. Trace Jackson went a little quicker than he wanted to go and missed it, chased it, knocked it out of bounds.
Perkins runs his man into a Rebraca screen. Chris Murray's open again. Splashdown. Back-to-back threes by number 24. It's 6-0 Iowa. 18:40 to play opening half.
How about that, Hoosiers? Before the fans can get settled into their seats, Chris Murray, the All-American, drains two deep threes.
Schifino trying to take Aaron Ulis off the dribble. Bounces wide left to Race Thompson. Now Trace Jackson Davis gives it to Schifino. Gives him a screen. Schifino's jump shot is no good. Way off the mark. Murray with a rebound. Hawks with the ball up 6-0 early. And in transition, here's Rebraca. Jump hook, up and in. As he jump stepped to a stop inside the block charge circle. Had two Hoosiers all around him, and a good shot fake allowed him enough room to go up and in with a jump hook. It's 8-0 Iowa.
Terrific catch in traffic. The look ahead by, I think it was Chris Murray that got the rebound, looked ahead, and there's Philip. Beat everybody down the court. The catch, the finish, the Hawks off to a great start, 8-0.
Timeout asked for by Indiana. Mike Woodson, in his pregame visit with Bobby, was concerned about the transition game of Iowa. What opposing coach wouldn't be?
No, I mean, it's no secret. Iowa's going to run. They're going to get the rebound and go. And the defense has been solid for the Hawkeyes, but the shooting has been lights out here. The Hawkeyes, perfect 3 for 3 to start the game.
Reminiscent of the 10-0 start up in East Lansing a few weeks back. Michigan State ultimately came back and nipped the Hawks at the wire 63-61. And let's see what Mike Woodson told them in the huddle. If they can employ that on the floor. Schifino brings the ball into the front court to Trace Jackson Davis. Left of the lane to Race Thompson. They're going to let him elbow his way in on Chris Murray. Turns, jump hook is good. Well, Murray couldn't defend him any better.
No, went up with him, forced him off the block as best that he could. Just overpowered Chris for their initial basket.
Indiana's first score, it's 8-2. Hawks quieted the crowd to start the game. Back-to-back threes from Chris Murray. Here's Perkins getting into the paint. Jumps back with a pass to Point and Ulis. Murray with a shot fake. Drives inside, turns, shoots, and scores again. Oh, boy. Could be one of those Chris Murray brothers night.
Can he go off for 40 here tonight? He's got 8 quick ones to start. Perfect 3 out of 3.
Hawks are up 10-2. Thompson again throws his body at Chris Murray. Backs him down left of the lane. Drops to the baseline. Shot is up and no good. Took a lap around the iron. Came out. Chris with a rebound. That's his third board. Hawks are running. Connor McCaffrey in the corner. Tony Perkins right side. Shot fake, drives inside to Rebraca. Shot is blocked from behind, but a foul called on Race Thompson. And Philip Rebraca, who is going up for a two-hand over-the-head dunk, gets dunked to the floor by Race Thompson. He saved the dunk. Philip will get a pair of free throws.
Yeah, again, good pace by the Hawkeyes there. Good defense on Race Thompson. Clear the rebound, and you get out and run. And Philip, the recipient of another run out.
Free throw is good. Chris Murray has been pinpoint in igniting 2 fast breaks after he rebounds.
Yeah, he has. Always got his head up. Once he catches it, puts it on the floor once or twice, and looks ahead for the runners.
Rebraca splashes in both free throws. It's a 10-point Iowa lead, 12-2. Not quite 3 minutes gone, opening period. Now the 1-2-2 press for the Hawkeyes. Galloway and Hood Schifino work the ball down the floor. Here's a pass to Trace Jackson into the corner. He drives in, a score, and a foul on Connor McCaffrey. Connor tried to, too late in his motion, tried to just grab onto Trace Jackson Davis and prevent the layup. And that's where the press got beat over the top, and Connor McCaffrey gets called for the foul. So the and one coming for Trace Jackson Davis.
That's going to happen, Gary. Every now and then they're going to throw over the top, and that is how you beat that 1-2-2 3-quarter court pressure. Just throw it, advance it ahead, and they're going to keep doing it. They're Trace Jackson out here in the far right corner.
So he gets the and one. It's 12-5 Hawkeyes. Davis 68% from the free throw line. Ulis around
Hood-Schifino, who ran to the opposite side and gave Trace Jackson no outlet to throw the ball. Had to throw it off Aaron to retain possession.
And it comes to Kopp, to Hood-Schifino, and a pass over the top. Too long for Trace Jackson Davis. A turnover. Ulis back for the Hawkeyes. Misses the layup, but a two-shot free throw coming for Aaron Ulis. When we come back, no, we're going to keep it right here. We're not under that 16-minute timeout yet. It's 16-18 to play first half. And Aaron Ulis knew what to do with it once he came up with the steal.
He did. It was a 3-on-1 fast break, but the defender, Hood-Schifino, never committed to him, so he just did the right thing, Gary, and took it all the way to the basket. He was fouled.
Makes the first free throw. Iowa 3 of 3 from the foul line. 2 by Rebraca, now 1 by Ulis. Junior from Chicago gets another. That one's a little strong. 16-5 Iowa. 16-15 to play first half. Jackson Davis rebounds, leaves it for Schifino. He is yet to score. Step back. He'll hit that shot off the step back as well. He can drive it and stand still. Here's a holding foul on Chris Murray. 16:03 to play in the first half. Second team fouled on Iowa. Not a shooting foul. Kopp will inbound. Miller Kopp. That name sounds familiar. He was at Northwestern for a couple years. Now has trouble finding an open teammate. Gets it into Galloway. Connor overplays his right hand, but no matter. Galloway drives into the lane and throws in a jump hook. Good defense by Connor. You credit Galloway. 16-7 Iowa. Iowa now with a near steal on Ulis, and he is tied up by Hood-Schifino. He and Race Thompson slapped the double team on, and Aaron lost the dribble, got it back, but was tied up. It'll be Iowa basketball when play resumes. Good start for the Hawkeyes. 15:45 to play opening half. Iowa on the strength of 3 threes, 2 by Chris Murray, 1 by Tony Perkins, have jettisoned out to a 16-7 advantage. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus, all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Good start for the Hawkeyes, who lead the Indiana Hoosiers 16-7 on the road here in Bloomington. Not quite 4.5 minutes gone in the opening period. Bobby Hansen, Gary Dolphin back with you. We're sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Bobby, a perfect 5 for 5 from the field, including 3 threes. Can't do any better than that.
Really can't, Gary. The Hawks doing a good job on the boards, winning that battle 4-2. Have not turned the basketball over. Have 4 assists on those 5 made field goals. But, yeah, they look good when them 3-pointers are dropping. 2 of them by Chris. Tony Perkins with the other.
Hey, with quick hot savings, speaking of hot savings from Quick Star, you'll find hot deals throughout the store. Check out the savings on produce, Nature's Touch dairy products, and so much more. Quick Star's got your savings covered. And if you need to recycle old working refrigerators and deep freezers when they're used up, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details plus energy saving tips. A sea of crimson and red here at the Assembly Hall. Few seats still vacant up top with the early start time. We expect most of those will be full here in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Hawkeyes have hit all 5 of their shots. They've limited Indiana to 3 of 8. And Hood Schifino's 0 for his first 2. Trace Jackson Davis has 3 points, a basket, and an and one off a foul from Connor McCaffrey. But all in all, the Hawks had 4 boards to Indiana's 2 rebounds. Indiana has the only turnover. Good start.
Yeah, good start. That was the number one key to the game, Gary, was the start of the game with the, how they're coming off that Purdue victory. Had some couple of great performances by individual players, but the Hawks come out here with the greater intensity at the first 5-minute mark here.
Indiana's net ranking coming into tonight is 18. That's outstanding. Hawkeyes net is 44. So they're both in the tournament, but the Hawkeyes are playing for seeding. And as they should, pride. Iowa basketball after the jump ball. Tony Perkins lost the dribble, gets it back. Left of the ring comes Filip Rebraca to Perkins. He lobs up another long 3, and Iowa misses a shot. A little bit short off to the left. Trace Jackson Davis with a rebound. 16-7 Iowa. 15:25 to play first half. Hood Schifino, he's going to look to get his game going. Ulis is right there with him, though. Perkins grabs onto Galloway. As they swing it around left side. Weak side to Miller Kopp. He leaves it for Hood Schifino to Kopp. Inside it goes, left of the lane for Trace Jackson. Into the corner to Galloway. His 3 is good. Great movement by Indiana and a nifty assist by Jackson Davis.
Yeah, they came with a double team. Jackson Davis spun away from it, Gary, and found Trey Galloway open on the right corner here for his first 3.
Lazy pass by Ulis is deflected out of bounds. It'll stay with the Hawkeyes. 16-10 after that 3 by Galloway. Hawkeye lead was 10. Now it's 6. And Hood Schifino crowding Ulis. Here's Murray. Skip pass inside to Rebraca. He's doubled, and his pass is deflected. Jump pass stolen away. Indiana running out with it. And the Hoosiers lost the ball out of bounds. Trey Galloway. Pass was a little tall for him from Trace Jackson Davis. That's 2 turnovers on Indiana. They wanted to get the transition going. Filip Rebraca telegraphed the jump pass at the other end. Thompson deflected it to Davis, but they turn it right back over. 14:37 to play first half. 16-10, the score holds Iowa leading. Ulis, he's all covered up by Hood Schifino. To Perkins, screen from Rebraca. Tony takes a dribble into the near corner, front of the Indiana bench. Chris Murray's open from the wing. Hits another one. Oh, keep feeding that horse.
He's feeling it right now. Drace Thompson just a hair late, Gary, and that's all Chris needed to knock down his third 3. He's got 11 points early in the game.
11 of the Iowa 19. It's 19-10. Hawkeyes back in front by 9. 14 minutes to go first half. Hood Schifino jump passes to Kopp into the wing. And now inside to Trace Jackson Davis. Hawks went out to cover the perimeter, and Jackson Davis was left open in the lane. He slam dunked it through. 19-12 Iowa. Both offenses loosening up here. Ulis wants to get the ball right back inside to Rebraca. He drives the dribble into the paint, jump hook, wild shot, gets his own rebound up and missed. No, he went in. Couldn't figure out whether he wanted to dunk it or lay it up there with, and I don't blame him. Trace Jackson Davis was flying at him, but he made the right decision.
Yeah, but the Indiana players went underneath the basket too far. The ball bounced right back to Filip, and yeah, he saw Trace Jackson there protecting the rim, but Filip, fearless, went right at him.
Here's Kopp with a jumper good from just outside the free throw line. Nice high post screen for him. Freed him up for the look. 21-14 Iowa after the exchange of baskets. Both teams now getting after it offensively. 13-10 to play first half. Tony Perkins trying to figure out how to get around Galloway to Chris Murray. Back to Tony. Drives around Galloway. Lays it up. Oh, man, a lot of contact. No call. Ball was short of the rim. Here comes Indiana with a rebound. Galloway all the way. Throws it up and no good. Put back no good. Rebraca bear hugs the basketball. Hawks are running the other way. 21-14 Iowa. 12:40 to play first half. Murray now guarded by Trace Jackson Davis. Chris takes the dribble around him. Reverse layup blocked by Trace Jackson. Tony Perkins gets the rebound. And we're going to call a jump ball, I believe, as Galloway and Tony were on the floor scrumming for it. Boy, what a play by Trace Jackson Davis. Chris went underneath the iron, trying to use that as a shield, and Davis reached right over the top and blocked it.
I did the right thing there, did Chris. Try to use the rim to protect it, but Trace Jackson Davis, I think the leading blocker, second leading blocker in the Big Ten. He gets about 3 blocks a game.
Race Thompson is out for Indiana. Peyton Sanford comes in for Iowa. Aaron Eulis comes out of the game, so the Hawks are a little bit bigger now. Patrick McCaffrey also in for Connor McCaffrey. Patrick's at the front of the 1-2-2. 21-14. Indiana with the ball down 7. Hawkeyes man-to-man. Here's a wild pass to Jackson Davis, but he's fouled anyway. How he went and got that ball, it was way wide of him. It was heading for out of bounds from the wing, but he got a hand on it, that big bear paw, and he whirled to the basket and got fouled by Peyton Sanford. That's a 2-shot foul, too. I didn't see that. But they say he was on the way up to the basket. 68% free thrower. He knocks down the first one. 21-15. Indiana has been back within 6 a couple times. This would be the closest they've been since the start of the game, and Jackson Davis gets them both. 21-16. Now Indiana pressing. Another substitute in for the Hoosiers is Tamar Bates, sophomore out of Kansas City. He had some good minutes in Iowa City. 12 minutes to play first half. Iowa up 5. Perkins takes a dribble way out wide right. Now to Rebracha. Phillip looks for an outlet. Gets it to Patrick. 3 to shoot. And a pass inside is off Perkins, out of bounds. Great defense by Indiana. Timeout on the floor. Shot clock is about to expire. And a forced pass inside, caromed off of Perkins, out of bounds. Indiana basketball when play resumes. The Hoosiers catching a little life now, fueling the offense with its defense. When Iowa corn is involved, corn grows fuel. Iowans win. Ethanol, it's a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, our health, and our wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin, and you could win even more from Iowa corn. And you don't need countless insurance companies. You need one insurance company you can count on, and that's EMC Insurance Companies. Find your agent at emcins.com. Hawkeyes with the turnover. They're second of the game, each team with 2. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit emcins.com to find your local agent.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Back at the Assembly Hall in Bloomington, Indiana and Iowa having a good one here. 21-16 Hawkeyes, not quite midway through the first half. Iowa got out to a 10-0 start before Indiana scored. And this big crowd somewhat stunned, but they're back in it now. The Hoosiers have forced a couple Iowa turnovers. turn those into points, and they got the ball back now on the Hawks. Right now they're honoring the Indiana women's regular season Big Ten champion basketball team. Mackenzie Holmes and Grace Berger, they're two great players, carrying that silver basketball out to center floor with Coach Terry Moran. So congratulations to Coach Moran and the Hoosiers, who lost at the buzzer to Caitlin Clark and the Hawkeyes on Sunday. And those two teams split the regular season series, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if they met on
Championship
this
Sunday.
weekend, Championship Sunday.
Yeah, they're still stinging from that Caitlin Clark buzzer-beating three, though.
No doubt. That's the thrill of basketball, winning or losing. Exhilarating or it stings. Now the Hawks are full court pressing. Bates gets it into the front court to Jackson Davis. He throws it right back out to the quarterback of this team, Jalen Hood-Schifino, who is yet to get going. Tony Perkins doing a good job on him. Here's Bates, Tamar Bates with it. Indiana attacking the Iowa press. Here's a jump shot, Iowa man-to-man, I should say. Way short, offered up by Bates. The Hawks come back with a rebound. Chris Murray from Peyton Sanford. He's doubled. Peyton's open, but only for a moment. He drives it into the lane, looks for help, now forces up a shot. No good. Never had a chance to go in. He line drived it up there off the glass. A lot of contact. We play on. 11-10 to go in the first half. Iowa's lead is 5. Hawkeyes led by as many as 11. Another high pass that is caught by Jackson Davis, and then he flips it in the lane to Malik Renew, who for some reason was unguarded. Hawkeyes hustle back into the front court. 21-18 now. Iowa's lead has shrunk to 3. Here's Rebraca doubled. Sanford's open. Misses a 3. Off the mark. Chris Murray, though, peels the rebound away from Trace Jackson Davis. Patrick McCaffrey has a look at 3. That's strong. Rebraca with a rebound. And a jump ball is called. He and Trace Jackson Davis arm in arm, and the Hawks will keep it. Great hustle by the Hawks on the offensive rebound.
Really good hustle by the Hawkeyes. They see the shot go up. They didn't give up on it, Gary. Just keep going to the offensive glass and retain possession for the Hawkeyes. 20 to shoot.
9 rebounds to 7 in favor of Iowa. Here's Sanford, a catch and shoot 3, and that one curls in. Off the inbounds feed from Tony Perkins. Catch and shoot Peyton Sanford. Had a half a dozen on Saturday. Let's see if we can get there again tonight. 24-18 Iowa.
That's 5 3-point field goals made for the Hawkeyes. 5. I'm sorry, that's 5. 5 out of 8.
Renew looks for an outlet. A one bounce dribble, almost threw it away. Chris Murray's chasing it into the backcourt, and it's out of bounds, and Chris is holding a shoulder or an elbow. Let's hope that isn't all
right.
He might have landed on it funny. He's shaking it. Maybe banged the crazy bone on the hardwood. What a start for Chris Murray with 3 threes. 10:09 to play first half. Iowa's lead is 6.
13 on the clock.
24-18, and they got to come all the way down the floor. That made that Chris Murray play even better. Here's Hood-Schifino. He's going to try and get all the way to the basket. Throws it up, no good. Weak side rebound, up and good by Trace Jackson Davis. He's almost impossible to ward off.
Now he's got 9 early points, 9 of the 20 Indiana points.
24-20. Iowa's lead is 4. Patrick McCaffrey could have kept going to the basket, but he broke the route off. Throws it back out front for Sanford. Now to Perkins. His step back jumper is good. Tony's on fire at the start. 26-20 Iowa.
He really is. Tony Perkins now with 5 points, a 3-pointer made, and that 2-pointer right there over the top of Jackson Davis.
Davis whirls baseline on Rebraca, who herds him out of there. Here's Kopp out top. Now right back inside to Davis, and a charging call on Trace Jackson Davis. Well, I'll tell you what happened. Kopp threw him the ball, and Davis wasn't expecting it. And he was off balance when he took that first step and threw a shoulder into Phillip. Phillip took one for the team.
Yeah, good job by Phillip of cutting that baseline drive off. He knows Jackson Davis wants to come up and under there, but had good position, picks up the first.
Galloway comes back for Indiana. Trace Jackson Davis will come out with his first foul. Also back in is Race Thompson, and Hood-Schifino, a little frustrated. He comes out. Hood-Schifino, he's scoreless on the day. Iowa basketball. Sanford hit a big 3 a moment ago. The Hawks run that little 3-man weave out front. Play and catch. Here's Sanford with 15 to shoot. He lets fly. Bingo! Hits another one. Nothing but net. like the drain, water going down the drain, just swirling.
I'm telling you, he is feeling it, too, after that performance against Michigan State, playing with tremendous confidence.
Hawks are back up 9, 29-20. Kopp open for a moment in the corner. Shot fake, drives inside, and misses the jump hook. Rebound fought for. Peyton Sanford had it, now claws it away from Bates. And the Hawks are on the run with it. Tony Perkins up the far sideline. 8:38 to play in the half. Nice screen by Rebraca. Tony gets in the lane. No shot, but feeds a cutting Patrick McCaffrey, who juggled the bounce pass, or the pass, I should say. That's why they didn't call the travel. Got it under control and laid it up and in with a reverse left hand.
Yeah, nice movement that time by Patrick. Never gave up on the play. A hard scoring cut to the basket. Once he recovered it, easy layup for Patrick.
Good spacing by the Hawks. They're cutting through that Indiana defense. Thompson misses a jump shot, high post left. Rebounded Tony Perkins. Iowa up 11 again. Matches their biggest lead, 31-20. Here's Perkins on a give and go. Layup and a score. Indiana cannot keep up.
This good movement by the Hawkeyes. Once these two guys that are coming back into the game went out, you thought this was a chance to make a move here for the Hawks with Davis and Schifino on the bench.
12-2 run by Iowa over the last 2.5 minutes. Indiana looks a little bit gassed, Bobby. Here's Galloway.
They have no scores out there.
Give him a screen, and now he gets it inside to Bates. He has nowhere to go. Or Renew, excuse me. Here's Kopp with a shot fake around Patrick McCaffrey. Push-up jumper, no good in the lane. A push-off foul on Indiana. And they're going to get Malik Renew, freshman out of Miami, for the shove-off. Really good block out by the Hawkeyes. And Iowa comes to the under 8 officials timeout, up 13, 33-20. How about that spacing? Spreading the floor, and then Perkins is driving, kicking, unless he has the layup. But what really helps is Sanford shooting from the perimeter.
Oh, he's just knocking it down, playing with great confidence, and they have no rim defenders in when Jackson Davis is out of the game.
Timeout on the floor. The Hawkeyes with their biggest lead at 33-20 with 7.5 remaining in the first period. U.S. Cellular is on a mission to find us again by putting down our phones in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Find out more at uscellular.com/find us. You can find us here at Assembly Hall in just a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
At MidAmerican Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at MidAmericanEnergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of MidAmerican Energy.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Welcome back to Bloomington, Indiana, where the Hawkeyes are on fire at the moment on a 12-2 run over the last 3+ minutes over the Hoosiers after Indiana had gotten to within 4. The Hawks now lead by 13 at 33-20. And how about this floor general Tony Perkins, Bobby Henson?
Look at his numbers, 3 out of 5 from the floor. He's 1 of 2 from three-point range. Got a couple of rebounds, 7 points, 5 assists, no turnovers. Plus-minus is 13, and Tony Perkins is playing like a man possessed. The kid from Indiana here, up the road there in Indianapolis, and he lights the atmosphere here at Assembly Hall.
Iowa 6 of 9 from 3. And 12 of 19 from the field. The Hawkeyes shooting 63%. They've held Indiana without a point for the last 2.5 minutes. The Hoosiers 8 of 20 one three-point goal in 4 attempts. And Jalen Hood-Schifino, coming off a 35-point freshman career-high night against Purdue, is 0 for 3 in the game's first 13 minutes. Now, he can light it up from anywhere. Hawkeyes have the basketball in a 13-point lead. Connor McCaffrey, Chris Murray, Patrick McCaffrey, Peyton Sanford, and Tony Perkins on the floor. Indiana comes back with Hood-Schifino and Trace Jackson-Davis. Mike Woodson could keep him on the bench only about 40 seconds. Here's Murray with 12 to shoot. Step back three is no good. I think Jackson-Davis may have got a fingernail on that shot by Chris. Looked good, just a bit short. Galloway will try a three. That one's way off the mark. Sanford at 6-7 clears. Perkins with a left-handed dribble across the timeline. A stop-and-go move, and then lost the ball out of bounds off of Indiana. Tried to cross over again and bounced it off the sneaker of either Galloway or Tamar Bates. Hawkeye keeps the ball. Shot clock not a factor. 22 to shoot. 6:48 to play in the first half, and Iowa with a double-digit 13-point lead. Perkins, Connor McCaffrey into the corner to Peyton Sanford. Sanford retreats to the center of the floor. Now holds up left wing. Backdoor lob to Chris Murray with a catch. Now to Perkins. He drives inside. High off the glass, too hard. Follow up Chris Murray, no good. But on his back is Race Thompson. Again, the positioning at both ends of the floor on the glass has been meticulous for the Hawkeyes.
It has. They have been the most alert team on the court here. Chris Murray just hanging around the rim. Tony threw the floater up. It didn't drop, but late in recovery, Race Thompson picks up his second foul. Chris to the line for 2.
And Murray stands in shooting 75% on the year. Hit a couple big ones in the overtime on Saturday against the Spartans and makes the first. 34-20 Iowa. One more coming for Chris Murray. And now into the game for Indiana will be Miller Kopp. Comes back in for Race Thompson. So Race will have to sit out the final 6:30 of the first half. Second free throw, no good. Off the heel of the iron. Bracha will come back in at the next whistle for Iowa. The Hawks lead by 14. 34-20. We'll continue this defensive effort here right to the first half. Gun. Kopp. Shot fake. Drives inside. Hits the runner. Left post. Left high post. 6:10 to play in the half. That's a 2. 34-22. Iowa's lead is 12. Connor McCaffrey double pumped on a 3. Puts the ball on the floor. Under 6 minutes to go first half. Murray, great pass on a cutting Tony Perkins, and Tony lays it in. Again, the spacing, they're spreading the court, and Murray with a beautiful bounce pass caught Perkins in stride for the layup.
Willing passer, Tony Perkins saw that his man was not watching him. Tony, sweet back cut for an easy layup.
36-22, but Trace Jackson-Davis comes right back, and a leaner left of the lane on Chris Murray. Chris had to let him go. Gets 2 back. Here's Perkins in again for a layup as the Hawks hustled into the front court, and Connor McCaffrey with a beautiful feed of about 25 feet on the bounce. Again, Perkins in stride. It's layup practice.
Look at Tony. Yeah, he is barking at the crowd right now. He is feeling it, just moving out there quicker than anybody on the court.
I'm guessing Indiana didn't offer him. 38-24. Here's a dunk by Trace Jackson-Davis. Again, guys at both ends of the floor are driving into the paint and finding an open man. 38-26. Perkins all the way. Scores again. He went right around Hood-Schifino. And Tony Perkins is almost filled the basket with points here in the first half. He's got 13 to lead Iowa, 12 for Murray. It's 40-26. Iowa back to a 14-point lead with 4:44 to play. Perkins 6 of 9 shooting. Here's Jackson-Davis. Misses the layup. Good defense by Chris Murray. Got him too far under the square. Perkins brings it back for the Hawkeyes. Here's Murray. A deep 3. Good. Chris Murray. Chris Murray looking so much like his twin brother in this first half.
Unbelievable. Chris Murray, 15 points now to lead the Hawkeyes, and that is 4 3-point field goals made.
43-26 Iowa. The Hawkeyes with 4:19 to go in the first half. Fran McCaffrey's just on a Sunday stroll out there.
Letting him play.
He's looking at Courtney Eldridge. Go, what do you want me to tell him? Maybe if I just don't say a word here, they'll continue this run. It has been unbelievable. 19-4 run now by the Hawkeyes after Indiana got to within 4. It was 24-20. It's now 43-26. 19-6 would be the run. The Hawks are in front by 17, and we'll come back to Bloomington in a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud and Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
Join Gary Dolphin and Bobby Hansen for Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey each week at the Hyatt Regency Hotel in Coralville. Hawk Talk is 90 minutes of discussion about Iowa basketball. Check out HawkeyeSports.com for more information.
Well, Mark, Blue Cross Blue Shield and the Hawkeyes, a great combination. Iowa sizzling here in the first half at Indiana, leading by its widest margin with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to play till halftime. It's 43-26. Hawks have hit 16 of 25 shots. Bobby Hansen, many of them layups, and wide open at that. The Hawks are spacing the floor like we've not seen.
Doing a great job moving without the basketball. In particular, Tony Perkins, 6 of 9 from the floor, and 3 of those are definitely layups. A couple of them back cuts, but willing passers. The Hawkeyes have 12 assists, 16 made field goals, Gary. That is outstanding. 12 assists, just 2 turnovers for the Hawkeyes. Shooting a high percentage right now, shooting at 65%, 16 of 25, and 7 of 11 dead-eye shooting from deep.
Iowa 7 of 11 from 3. Peyton Sanford has the last 2. Actually, Chris Murray has 1. Peyton has 2 during this 19-6 run by the Hawkeyes. And Indiana, the best shooting team in the Big Ten at 49%, 11 of 25. That's 44%, but 1 of 5 from distance. And to shut out Hood Schifino to this point and give him only 3 shots is truly remarkable. Indiana basketball, they had to call a timeout. The Hawkeyes send out Peyton Sanford, the sizzling Tony Perkins, Connor McCaffrey, Patrick McCaffrey, and Philip Rebracha. They got Chris Murray out for a breather. Aaron Ulis remains on the bench. So here we go. Hood Schifino with a couple screens, throws behind him to Miller Kopp. Caleb Banks, a young freshman, just into the game. Here's Galloway looking for Trace Jackson, but they're doubling him. Hood Schifino pulls up and hits the shot, his first of the night, with 4 minutes to play in the half. Backed off of Hood Schifino, and he's got such a quick release. 3:50 to play. The Hawkeyes lead it by 15. 43-28. Here's Rebracha. Gives it to the trigger man, Tony Perkins. 3:40 to play in the first half. Perkins for Sanford, and a foul called on Craig Galloway. He slapped down on Peyton Sanford as he tried to jump pass into the baseline. Banks first. And let's see, team foul, just a second team foul on Indiana. Iowa's been called for 4. That's 5 team fouls. I was misreading 6. We'll get it right yet. Next one puts Iowa at the free throw line. How about that? Here's a lob pass, beautiful feed by Connor McCaffrey to Rebracha. He's covered up though now by 2 Hoosiers. So they bring it back out, and then a throwaway. Patrick McCaffrey, low pass, got away from an intended receiver. Indiana's trying to run, and they turn it over. I think young Caleb Banks thought Trace Jackson Davis was going to take it in all the way himself, and all of a sudden he had it right on his nose, the ball, and he danced right out of bounds with a turnover on Indiana. That's 4 turnovers on the Hoosiers. Hawks catch a break there.
Nice job by the Hawks, though, Gary, of running back, getting back and establish themselves defensively and force Trace Jackson to give it up and threw it a bad pass to the freshman.
Perkins, who's got 15, leaves it for Patrick McCaffrey. He looks for an outlet. Back to Perkins. 10 to shoot, 2:58 to play first half. McCaffrey, Patrick backs the dribble in on the freshman Banks, turns, and he walked with it. Well, Patrick's having a rough first half.
Nobody open. They've really tightened the defense up here, has Indiana in the last minute.
Patrick's going to come out of the game. Ulis comes back in for him. Frustrated young man, Patrick McCaffrey. Well, get ready, Patrick. You're coming back in. Schifino walks the bouncing basketball into the front court. Indiana after another Iowa turnover. That's back-to-back turnovers on the Hawks. 43-28 Iowa. Here's Hood Schifino. Stop and go move. Throws it up from left of the lane. Scores again. Get him under wraps now. That's back-to-back hoops for him as Hawks are paying a lot of attention to Hood Schifino. The 17-point lead is down to 13. 43-30 Iowa. 2:20 to play in the half. Perkins for Connor McCaffrey. Inside it goes to Rebraca. He jump hooks over Miller Kopp, and that'll be a foul on Kopp. Kopp's not arguing that. Phillip, like he got poked in the eye. He'll have a couple free throws coming. First foul on Kopp. Attention Hawk fans who buy your own health insurance. Wellmark is on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Give it up for plans you can afford. Check out wellmark.com/hoops and compare plans. Rebraca hit a couple free throws early, hits another one. Now Chris Murray's recharged and back into the game for Connor McCaffrey. Stay with us for the Anheuser-Busch Bud Light halftime show. Bud Light proudly welcomes Hawk fans to Carver Hawkeye Arena. Bud Light is for the fans. Phillip reins in the second free throw. He's really come alive at the foul line here of late.
He really has. He's perfect 4 for 4 here first half.
Hawks back up 15, 45-30. Hood Schifino jump passes, almost threw it away. Kopp's open for 3, though. Missed it. Kicks long to Hood Schifino, as they so often do off the iron when you're shooting threes. 1:55 to play first half. Hood Schifino pulls up, hits another jump shot.
3 in a row.
That's what he does. He has those streaks.
He can get hot, no doubt about it. And I thought pretty good defense played by the Hawks, forced him left.
45-32, Iowa's lead chopped back down to 13. Ulis for Rebraca, high post left. Now to Connor McCaffrey. Screen from Rebraca. Doesn't free him up for a shot. Chris Murray, though, to Ulis. Chris double pump, double clutch. Couldn't get the shot off. 1:24 to go in the half. 6 to shoot. So inside it goes to Rebraca. Jump hook is good. He had the smaller Trey Galloway on him. And Rebraca. Hawks are scoring outside and in.
Just taking their time, surveying the floor, finding where the mismatch was. Galloway can't guard Rebraca inside. Phillip takes his time, throws up the jump hook. He's got 10 now in the first half.
1 minute to play first half. Iowa back up 15. Trace Jackson Davis drives inside, scores, and a foul called. Now who are they going to call it on? They're going to get Connor McCaffrey. That's his second. 3 Hawks around Trace Jackson Davis, and he's still
they're going to go to him.
Found a way inside.
Second half.
Peyton Sanford will come and get Connor McCaffrey. So the and one coming for Trace Jackson Davis with 59 seconds to play in the half. Iowa's lead is 13. 47-34. And not sure what this review is. All reviews this
season. Checking out to see if it was on Connor.
Okay. Well, I hope they don't give it to Rebraca. Frankly, I think it was on Ulis. Ulis came over the top. All plays under review are brought to you by Athletico. Physical therapy is the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, you change everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Athletico, bringing you every review this season on the Hawkeye Radio Network. They do change it. It is not on Connor McCaffrey. And Philip Rebracha picks up just his first, which is the best news. So Connor still has one then, right? Okay. Trace Jackson Davis at the foul line where he is 3 for 3 and misses the and one. Connor McCaffrey, good job of running the rebound down near the sideline. So the Hawks can afford to drain some clock here with 50 seconds to play in the half. 21 on the shot clock. Tony Perkins drives into the paint to Connor McCaffrey on the wing. His three clangs off the glass and the iron, no good. Here comes Indiana on the run out. Hood Schifino, hook layup. Yeah, it goes down. It's an 11-point lead for Iowa. Was 17. It's 47-36. That's what college basketball is. A game of runs. Shot clock is off.
Yeah, shot clock is off. Fran McCaffrey is calling out a play. He's going to let him play through it. Get the final shot of the first half.
15 seconds to go. Tony Perkins looking at four teammates inside. Now starts the dribble. Right wing to Chris Murray. Chris had the three. Now he forces one up. No good at the buzzer. And that'll bring us to the end of the first half with Iowa in front 47-36. Chris had a clean look. Shot fake, drove it to the right, and then a step back three with a defender in his face. Out there trying to make split-second decisions. And when the smoke is cleared from the first 20 minutes, I like what I'm seeing, Bobby.
Absolutely. You got to love what you're seeing, Gary. 61% shooting for the Hawkeyes, 17 of 28. Tony Perkins on top of his game. Chris Murray has got 15, and these kids came to play tonight.
At the game or at home, Wimmer's premium quality hot dogs and sausages will store with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmer's, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Bud Light halftime show is next. Iowa 47, Indiana 36. At the break, this is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
2 seconds on the clock. Shot from half court for the win. It's good! Speed, power, performance. That's what it all comes down to, folks. And that's why Extreme, powered by Mediacom, is the Internet of Champions. Experience game-winning speeds up to 1 gig, unbeatable reliability, advanced whole home Wi-Fi, and a team of local employees who will do whatever it takes to keep you ahead. Score big with Extreme. Call 844-4FASTER for details. Download speeds may vary. Monthly data usage allowance applies.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Wimmer's Meats, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Bud & Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. And by Bud Light, it's for the fans. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Iowa leading Indiana 47-36. Gary Dauphin with our Bobby Hansen. What'd you like most about that first half, Bob?
I liked how they came out, Gary. It came out ready to play. Chris Murray got him going, your star. Got him hitting from deep. Tony Perkins moving without the basketball. You mentioned it a couple times, Gary, how they spread the floor on offense and made Indiana get down and play defense. They couldn't do it. Back cuts came and hit them. And the Hawks on the boards as well, holding their own. More than holding their own, winning the battle on the board 17-12.
13 assists on 17 made baskets for the Hawkeyes. We'll check the numbers next on the Hy-Vee halftime stat recap. Iowa up 11. That's the most important number at the break here at Indiana. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
You're not selling a product, you're selling a promise. When we're subject to horrible winters, hailstorms, windstorms, you learn quick that you really are selling a promise, not just collecting a premium.
An independent insurance agent on doing the right thing.
West Bend's the one company that I would feel confident calling the president of the company. I know he'd pick up the phone and we'd have a conversation.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Axe throwing is not just for lumberjacks anymore. It's for everyone. Are you looking for some competitive fun in the Des Moines area? Ironside Axe Club offers parties, corporate team building, and leagues. Come let us teach you how to throw axes or come to sharpen your skills. It's great as a date night and even better with a group of friends. Check out our weekly activities, including morning blend networking, lunch and throw, trivia, Thirsty Thor's Day, and league. Visit our website at ironsideaxeclub.com and unleash your inner Viking.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
Iowa basketball leading Indiana at halftime 47-36, trying to sweep the regular season 2 games and again continue the climb up the ladder in the Big Ten standings. A win tonight gets Iowa tied with Indiana with 11 wins. But 20 minutes of basketball left. Welcome back to our halftime coverage, courtesy of Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Iowa scored the first 8 points of the game, led 43-26 at one time, and lead at 47-36 here at the half. Time to check our Latham Seeds charity stripe recap. How did the Hawks do from the foul line in the first half? Very well, thank you. 6 of 8. Indiana was 3 of 4. Both teams at 75%. That's our Latham Seeds charity stripe recap. The Hawks have a diverse combination of talent. Likewise, at Latham High-Tech Seeds, you'll find the most diverse portfolio in the industry. Diversify for success at LathamSeeds.com. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Hawkeye Basketball. Back with more Budweiser, Bud Light, Anheuser-Busch halftime in just a minute. Iowa 47, Indiana 36 here at halftime. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Have you heard about this new type of television experience from Epson? It's called the Epic Vision Ultra Laser Projection TV. It combines a new type of laser projection technology along with a unique Epson Silverflex screen to produce an epic 120-inch 4K Pro UHD picture that's up to 4 times bigger than a traditional 60-inch TV. There's no better way to watch live sports, and watching Iowa basketball play live on this big bright TV is simply awesome. If you're a sports fanatic like me, you need to check this new Epson TV out for yourself. Visit Epson.com/TV to learn more.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy 1 free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Halftime, the Hawks have not trailed tonight, and they lead the Hoosiers at the break 47-36. Let's check the halftime stats. Brought to you by Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee, score big savings, and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. Hawks are sizzling at 61% conversion, 17 of 28 from the field, 7 threes in 12 attempts. Indiana, 16 of 31, that's 51.5%, but just 1 of 6 from distance. Hawks have out-rebounded the Hoosiers, 17-12. Iowa has 5 more points off turnovers than does Indiana. The Hawks led in scoring by Chris Murray's 15, Tony Perkins with 13, 10 for Rebracha, plus 4 rebounds. He leads Iowa there. Peyton Sanford with a couple threes. He's got 6 at the break. For Indiana, Trace Jackson Davis, he is a player. He's one of the leading candidates for most valuable in the Big Ten. He's got 15 points. 8 for Jalen Hood-Schifino. He heated up late in the half. 5 for Trey Galloway. Hawks by 11 at the break, 47-36. That's our Hy-Vee halftime stat recap. We'll look at other scores next on the Bud Light halftime show. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly MedFarm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
So get to your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Bobby Hansen here for the Better Business Bureau. Ever have one of those awkward moments when a business disappointed you, got ripped off, didn't get what you expected? The Better Business Bureau can help you avoid these uncomfortable situations. BBB accredited businesses are honest, ethical, and reviewed annually by the BBB. Don't experience another awkward moment with a bad business. Trust the ones that operate with integrity. Look for the BBB seal. It's the sign of better business. Find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatKirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Welcome back to halftime, courtesy of Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Let's look at the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Iowa leading Indiana here in Bloomington, 47-36 at the break. Later, it's Michigan State at Nebraska. Couple second half scores. 6th-ranked Marquette leads Butler by 18. And at the half, 13th-ranked Virginia 28, Clemson 23. Iowa baseball defeated Loras this afternoon 9-2. Jack Whitlock got the win for the Hawkeyes, who are now 6-1 on the season. Iowa yielded but 3 hits to the Dewhawks today. The pre-seeds are out for the Big Ten Championship. Spencer Lee and Real Woods are number 1 seeds. Tony Cassiope and Patrick Kennedy are 3 seeds at the Big Ten Championships in Ann Arbor this weekend. Caitlin Clark today named Big Ten Most Valuable Player, the Player of the Year. Congratulations to now the 2-time Big Ten Player of the Year, Caitlin Clark. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield. Oh, I'm sorry. Look, I'm running too fast here. All right, let's go to Bobby Hansen's ready in the hallway. He's got assistant coach Sherman Dillard on board. Brought to you by your John Deere dealers, including KC Nielsen in Lorenz. Bobby.
Coach, a lot to like in that first half. You guys looked like you came ready to play here. Your thoughts?
Well, I credit the guys. I thought we did a great job on both ends of the floor early in the game. Offensively, we moved the ball, got a lot of touches, had bodies moving, shot the ball extremely well, made 7 threes. So happy with that part of the game. We mixed in some zone. I thought that we were effective early. Kind of got a little bit soft later on in the half, but all in all, I thought it was a good half for us. We have to understand that they're a spurt team, and we got to take care of the first 4 minutes in the second half.
Okay, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bobby with Sherman Dillard, brought to you by the great John Deere dealers of Iowa, including KC Nielsen in Lorenz. KC Nielsen and your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. What do you mean by saying Iowa's a little soft at the end of the half?
Well, the zone just softened up a little bit, and then you got a couple of baskets by Schifino. You know, they really had him in check, but he started looking for his shot more than he did early. So that's what he's saying. You just got to keep that intensity up all 40 minutes, and the first 4 minutes, as he mentioned, Gary, will be very critical to the outcome of this game.
Hawkeyes led by as many as 17, 43-26. So to that point, Bobby, Indiana with a 10-4 run to end the half, back to within 11. And whether it was 17 or 11, the game's far from over. We've seen leads melt. We've seen Iowa roar back from 21-point deficits. Evidence the win over Indiana in Iowa City. So lots of basketball to be played yet before this thing is decided. But to Sherman's last point, let's start the second half like the Hawks did the first half.
Yeah, and realize that there's 2 guys that are going to try to take this game over for Indiana. That's number 1, Schifino, and number 23, Trace Jackson Davis. So you got to be locked into them and play without fouling. You got a good whistle there in the first half.
Chris Murray had the hot start to the game. Got Iowa out to an 8-0 lead. Then Tony Perkins picked it up from there. Sanford off the bench with a couple threes. Rabracha doing the heavy lifting inside. He's got 10 points, 4 rebounds. Indiana basketball to start the second half. Stop here to start things would be big.
Really good. You got to keep pounding the glass, both offensively and defensively. The Hawks do a good job in the first half, winning that battle of the boards, 17-12.
Perkins, Murray, Rabracha, Ulis, and Connor McCaffrey out for the Hawkeyes. For Indiana, it's Galloway, Race Thompson, Trace Jackson Davis, Jalen Hood, Schifino, and Miller Kopp. And here we go. Second half underway. Galloway takes the dribble right wing with Perkins giving chase. Immediately they go inside to Davis. He's stripped on the double team. Gets it back, shot up, no good. Rebounded by Connor McCaffrey. Really good help defense by Connor.
They surrounded Trace Jackson in there. 3 Hawkeyes there. Connor dug it out.
Connor with the basketball now. Right-handed dribble to the wing. High post right. Lobs back door, and it was just not tall enough for Chris Murray. Knocked out of bounds by Race Thompson. Hawks have 16 to shoot coming in underneath out of bounds. Aaron Ulis. Waiting. Now threw it away. Trace Jackson Davis with a steal. Ahead for Galloway, and they throw it away. Trace Jackson Davis, like a high wire act. He tried to get his body and the ball under control at the same time, backpedaling down the floor. A couple lazy passes by Iowa. The Hawks are fortunate to have the ball back.
Yeah, we'll take it, and looked like that was going to lead it to a 2-on-1 break, but Kid could not get it under control. Trace Jackson Davis.
And here's a steal and a dunk by Trace Jackson Davis. Another slow bounce pass from Connor McCaffrey. Tried to send it too far across the court, and that's the last thing the Hawks needed. Now a pass knocked away from Perkins. Perkins has it knocked away by Galloway off his sneaker. It's out of bounds to Indiana.
They've ratcheted up the defensive pressure. Now you got a ball game, Gary. These red-clad Hoosiers in the stands are really into it now. But when you've got to come and receive the basketball. You can't wait for it to get there.
But the Hawks have to know that kind of pressure is coming.
Yeah.
And Chris Murray does, and he intercepts the inbounds feed, and it bounces off of Race Thompson. Good job, Chris, to get the ball right back for Iowa. So both teams, chest-to-chest defense. Indiana's forced 2 turnovers. Iowa gets one back here. After all that, it's a 9-point Iowa lead with 1 minute gone second half. 47-38. Murray holds up high post right, leaves it for Perkins. Back to Chris. Shot fake. Now he lets fly from 3. Good. Boy, was that big. Was that big time.
Once again, Chris Murray to the rescue. Galloway, for whatever reason, just stared at him, let him take that shot in the far right corner. Chris now 18 points, and that is 5 3-point field goals made.
Averages 20 a game. He's already at 18. Here's Trace Jackson Davis with a wraparound pass. It's deflected away by Tony Perkins. He was part of the double team on Trace Jackson that time.
They've been active defensively, and I like that scouting report. Make him give up the basketball as soon as he catches it. Don't wait for him to make a move.
50-38, Iowa by 12 after the Murray 3. Here's Hood Schifino, had the big end to the first half. His backup jumper, no good from the right wing. Offensive rebound, Race Thompson up and in. He went up through Murray and Rabracha. They had to let him go once he got the ball in his hands. Here's Perkins back for the Hawkeyes. 50-40 Iowa. Perkins. Jump pass or jump shot in the lane is good. In heavy traffic, Perkins drops the teardrop through.
15 points now for Tony Perkins. Wasn't quite sure what he wanted to do, but what he wanted to do was get it up there on the rim and got it to drop.
Missed jumper in the lane by TJD, Jackson Davis, and Rabracha snares the rebound. Hawks up 12 again at 52-40. Here's Perkins, stop and go move twice. Ulis is open in the corner for 3. Good! And the Hawkeyes answer the Indiana tenacious defense to start the half with a, what is that, a 7-0 run? 5-0 run for sure, a 3 and a 2 by Perkins and Ulis. You add in Murray's 3. I think Thompson had a basket. Now Trace Jackson, or Trey Galloway, walked with the ball. He skidded to a stop, wanted to pass the ball on the wing to Hood Schifino, but Iowa jumped in the lane, and he dragged the pivot foot.
Yeah, and I think that is probably turnover number 5 or 6 on Indiana. Good defense once again by the Hawks.
Hawks are back up 15. Talk about no blinking in the face of adversity. Here's Murray. Takes Race Thompson off the dribble drive. A shot up good, and a foul called on Indiana. The and one coming for Chris Murray. Iowa has matched its biggest lead of the night at 57-40, 17 points.
And that is 3 fouls on Race Thompson. Chris with the sweet spin move. He was in another gear right there. Race Thompson left in his dust.
10-4 run by Iowa to start the half. Murray's made 1 of 2 free throws and deadens that one off the front of the rim. Chris now 1 for 3, but 20 points on the night. 17-16 to play in the game. Hawks have been able to hold off the Hoosiers to this point after getting that big early lead. It's now 17. Here's a shot fake by Kopp. He backs the dribble in on Ulis. Now leaves it for Hood Schifino. Aaron Ulis right in his face. Hood Schifino with a wild jump shot from the wing. That had no chance. And the rebound kicks long to Tony Perkins. Another stop for the Hawkeyes. Perkins all the way in deep to Rabracha. Layup good. And the Hawks are attacking Indiana inside now.
And Indiana has no answer for this Hawkeye offense. It is up tempo. They're barely getting back on defense, and the Hawks have got the ball at the rim.
Iowa's biggest lead is 19, 59-40, 16 and a half to play in the game. Here's a reach-in foul, slapping foul on Connor McCaffrey, not much there, but came on the double team, and a slap down caused the whistle to blow. 12-2 run over the last 2.5 minutes by Iowa has the Hawks up by their widest advantage at 19. It's 59-40. Race Thompson out of the game with that third foul, and Caleb Banks, the freshman, part of that talented Indiana recruiting class this year, is into the game. Here's a baseline feed for Galloway. He gets in the lane, jump hook up, no good. Rebounded by Connor McCaffrey. He rushed that shot, anticipating hands.
And the Hawkeye defense, the man-to-man, is swarming all over the Hoosiers.
Tony Perkins backs the dribble in, retreats now to Rebraca. 16 minutes, 14 seconds to play. Iowa enjoying a 19-point lead. Here's Ulis, a drop-down pass to Rebraca. He's got the smaller Galloway on him, but now he's doubled, gets out of trouble. Here's Perkins into the corner to Ulis with 5 to shoot. Ulis drives inside, has it stripped and taken away by Banks. 2 on 3 the other way. Banks all the way. Wild layup attempt, no good. Murray with a rebound. Hawks are heading the other way. 2 on 3. Iowa. Murray doesn't like the numbers. Wisely backs it out. Now takes it inside. Up and in. Just spun Miller Kopp dizzy.
I think he is dizzy. He set him up perfectly right there. The right-hand dribble into the paint and then spin back to his strong hand, the left hand. Easy, uncontested layup.
Indiana calls timeout. 61-40. Iowa. 15:33 to play in the game. Remember, Indiana led by 21 in Iowa City a month and a half ago. But there's no quitting these Hawks. Indiana's shell-shocked right now at home with 15.5 minutes to go in the contest. And the Hawkeyes in front by 21. 61-40. Hawks have Indiana in the deep freeze here, a scoring drought that is now approaching 3 minutes. Win some sweet seats for the National Collegiate Basketball Tournament in Des Moines or a Minnesota Timberwolves game in Minneapolis. Enter non-winning Money Madness or tripler scratch tickets in the VIP Club. Find more info at ialottery.com. Hawk fans, now's your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa men's basketball in serving charities throughout eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. The Iowa basketball team could be appropriately named the Iowa Swarm tonight. They're getting it done at both ends, led by the great one, Chris Murray, sure to be first team All Big Ten selection next week. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Axe throwing is not just for lumberjacks anymore. It's for everyone. Are you looking for some competitive fun in the Des Moines area? Ironside Axe Club offers parties, corporate team building, and leagues. Come let us teach you how to throw axes or come to sharpen your skills. It's great as a date night and even better with a group of friends. Check out our weekly activities, including morning blend networking, lunch and throw, trivia, Thirsty Thor's Day, and league. Visit our website at ironsideaxeclub.com and unleash your inner Viking.
You heard Sherman Dillard, who had the scout on tonight's game. He wanted to watch the first 4 minutes of the second half, and he's enjoying it as much as he did the first 4 minutes of the first half. Iowa has outscored Indiana to start the second half 14-4. and has extended an 11-point lead to 21. It's 61-40. Right now, Bobby Hansen, the Hoosiers are flat-out shell-shocked.
They are shell-shocked. They're shell-shocked by the Hawkeyes shooting. Hawkeyes come out to start the second half 6 out of 6 from the floor, 2 of 2 3-point shooting, and they're just playing with so much confidence right now. You know, coming back from down 10-11 in 1 minute to win a basketball game in overtime will give you that type of confidence, Gary. So, you know, let's not jinx this thing. Let's just keep pouring it on them.
No jinx required or needed here. The Hawkeyes just need to keep playing that active defense and then keep that transition game going. Indiana basketball after the Hoosier timeout. Hood Schifino hands off on the sideline to Galloway. A screen from Jackson Davis. Now he tried to go right back to Davis, but Rabracha fronted it. And a blocking foul is called on Ulis as Hood Schifino took him off the dribble drive. And a timeout on the floor. The Hawkeyes are 23 of 34. That's 61% shooting. 9 of 14 from distance. 9 3-point goals. 5 of those belong to Chris Murray, who's got a team in a game-high 22 points. Iowa 61, Indiana 40. 15-20 to play in the game. We'll be back to Assembly Hall in Bloomington in a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost, when you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
At US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Hawks have never trailed and lead 61-40 here at Indiana with 15:20 to play in the game. Welcome back to our Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield coverage of Hawkeye basketball. The Hawkeye women head to Minneapolis for the Big Ten tournament. This week their first game will be on Friday, 5:30 tip time here on the Hawkeye Radio Network against either Purdue or Wisconsin. Other U.S. Bank scoreboard updates: Marquette 71, Butler 55. Marquette ranks 6th, will win that game. They're late inside 2 minutes. Virginia 41, Clemson 27. Right here it's the Hawks 61 and Indiana 40, with Nebraska and Michigan State yet to come tonight out in Lincoln. The Huskers and Fred Hoiberg come to Carver Hawkeye Arena on Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. Call 1-800-IA-HAWKS for tickets. That is getting close to a sellout, as the Hawks will have their senior day, and that will be emotional with the likes of Philip Rabracha and others. Getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com and learn more. budmary.com. We're set to resume play. It'll be Indiana basketball after the foul on Ulis. Miller Kopp will trigger it in from along the sideline. Did not see any substitutions for Indiana or Iowa, so we go on. Galloway right side into the corner for Jackson Davis. Now to Caleb Banks. 10 to shoot for Indiana. There's Jackson Davis with the double team. Pass deflected away. Run down in the corner by Banks to Galloway. 3 to shoot. He drives inside, fires a shot up. Oh, and a foul on Iowa. Man, oh man, the Hawks played such solid defense throughout that possession. And Indiana had the ball bounce its way, and now free throws coming for Trey Galloway.
Tough call that time on Chris Murray. He was moving with Galloway and called for the push in there. I didn't see it, but smothering defense once again on the Hawks. Forced a tough one by the Hoosiers.
Galloway at 69% from the free throw line, and the free throw's good. He'll get another. That ends an Iowa run, 61-41 Hawkeyes. Second one is good. Boy, there's two gifts right there. Iowa did all but close out that possession. Now the Hoosiers with some full court pressure, trailing 61-42. Perkins and Ulis work the ball up. Those veteran junior guards doing a good job, especially here in the second half of the season. Murray again around Kopp, lays it up and in. That's just one-on-one. Miller's frustrated. I don't blame him, but I don't know what the Hoosiers are thinking.
Yeah, they must forget that he's left-handed. Chris, easy pickings for him. Now 24 points for Murray.
They must forget that he's an All-American. 63-42. Iowa back up 21. Davis into the corner. Banks is open for three. No good. Rabracha clears. He'll give Banks that shot, the young freshman. Feeling his oats, feeling his way here. A kid from Florida. Perkins with a stop and go move. Has Ulis left wing. Aaron drives high post left. Now bounce inside to Rabracha. He's got single coverage with Davis. Drives inside, left-handed hook, up and in. Crawls over the lip of the rim, and Iowa has a 23-point lead, 65-42.
So patient. Philip Rabracha in the post, working against an All-American, Trace Jackson Davis. Created enough space to get the left-hand hook to drop.
Hood Schifino gets in the lane. He is short with a jump shot. It kicks to Perkins. 13:50 to play in the game. And Iowa's lead is 23, and the Hawks in possession of the basketball. McCaffrey hands off to Perkins. Bounce near the timeline for Ulis. A bounce pass to Murray. They get out of Murray's way again. Crossover dribble. Gets into the paint. Now drives it in underneath the square to Connor McCaffrey with 8 to shoot. Connor looking right back inside for Rabracha. Has his buddy. Jump hook is no good. And Jackson Davis clears. Good look for Phillip. Just didn't go down. 65-42. Davis all the way himself. He's fouled. Shot is in and out. No good. I tell you what, for 6'9", when he decides to hit that extra gear, he's pretty good with the ball in his hands.
Hawks did a good job defensively, though, Gary, of getting back, walling him off, and forcing him to go right. Didn't let him get back to a strong hand as left. Threw up a wild shot up there, and forced him to go to the line for 2.
Trace Jackson Davis has been at the line tonight 4 times, made 3, and hits the first. 65-43 Iowa. Race Thompson into the game for Caleb Banks.
Thompson in to replace Banks.
Trace Jackson Davis, this lefty, has the complete game. And he's excellent in transition, Bobby, as we just saw.
He can handle the ball, trying to get to the low block in there. I don't see him shooting too many threes, but he's deadly, 12 feet and in.
Second free throw bouncing around, no good, in and out. Tony Perkins keeps the rebound away from Galloway, so the Hawks limit the damage to a free throw. 65-43, 13-10 to play in the game. Hawks looking for victory number 11 in the Big Ten. Here's Ulis, high post right, holds up. Now to Connor. He circles center of the floor and hits Chris Murray on a curl cut in the lane. He takes the dribble to the wing. Jackson Davis giving chase. Step back three is no good. Ball is tipped and to Rabracha, and a foul called on Indiana. Aaron Ulis, give Aaron credit for popping that ball up in the air, and Big Phil went and got it.
Just keep it alive. Philip Rabracha, not afraid of contact, went in between 2 Hoosiers and picks up the 4th foul on Race Thompson. That's big.
Race Thompson had just come back in the game and picks up his 4th foul. Now that's just good aggression by Iowa's offense, going after the rebound. The Hawkeyes controlling the backboards 26-15.
Huge.
Big time. We talked about that in the pregame show. In it comes to Ulis with a fresh 20 on the shot clock. 12:45 on the game clock. Perkins all the way to the basket. Lays it up. No good, but he's fouled. Tony does a rollover, a somersault rollover, as he got fouled hard. Just love the way he attacks the rim here the last few games.
He does it a lot, and he attacks with a purpose, Gary. He is not attacking the pass. Tony Perkins is going to get a hoop.
2 free throws coming for TP at 77%. Excellent free thrower. Not been there yet tonight. Hit a couple big ones in the overtime. A couple big baskets in the overtime. First free throw rattles in and out. Perkins with another big floor game tonight. 15 points, 6 rebounds, and 8 assists. He's crowding a triple-double. Trey Galloway comes out of the game. Second free throw by Perkins is good. 66-43. The Hawkeyes again match their biggest lead of the night. 23 points, 12.5 to play in the game. Keep this guy under control. Hood Schifino. He had 4 baskets to end the half, but that's been the only damage he's caused. Here's a blocking foul on Rebraca. And Phillips got 3, so he's got to be careful. Boy, there wasn't much there. Davis initiated the contact, drove right into Rebraca, who was moving, but he's going to have to come out of the game with those 3 personals now. Sanford and Patrick McCaffrey come in. Ulis checks out with Phillip. 12:30 to play in the game. Not a shooting foul. Indiana basketball, and a block shot by Chris Murray on Schifino as he drove to the basket on the inbounds pass. Reached over from behind and blocked the shot. Iowa getting it done at both ends. McCaffrey drives the dribble in deep. Now reverses on Malik Renew. Hawks run that spread court 3-man weave out front. Here's McCaffrey. 12 to shoot, 12-10 to play in the half. In the game. Perkins posting up down low to Sanford on the wing. His 3 is no good. He rushed the shot. Hawks hustle back. Hood Schifino clears it for Indiana. Now he's covered up by McCaffrey and Sanford. Under 12 to go in the game. They're looking for Trace Jackson Davis. He's got it right of the lane. Murray. Now a nice hook pass in the lane, and a layup is good for Malik Renew. 66-45 Iowa. Tony Perkins got caught on the backside of Renew. Indiana keeps fighting with a layup. Nice pass there by Trace Jackson Davis. Perkins to Patrick McCaffrey. Left wing covered up by Miller Kopp. Now to brother Connor in the open floor. Malik Renew on him. Sideline pass for Chris Murray. 11:20 to go. Hawks burning some clock, trying to get a score. Murray takes Davis off the dribble, leans in with a shot up, no good. Forced it up there. Trace Jackson Davis with a rebound and a run out. Murray tripped him. Now Indiana pushing tempo, and a foul on Chris Murray as we come to an official's timeout on the floor. That's 3 on Murray, so he and Rebraca with 3 personals, and still 11-12 to go in the game. So the Hawks got to re-gear here and come out of the timeout with more of what we've seen at the beginning of each half. 11-12 to play. Iowa's lead is 66-45. That is 16 fouls on the Hawkeyes. The next one puts Indiana at the line. Hawkeye basketball is brought to you by the Honda dealers, the Central Midwest Honda dealers across Iowa, including Community Honda. Hi to Sam Booster and the crew at Community Honda in Cedar Falls. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
US Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join US Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
What they want is the silver lining, and they want a promise kept. When something really bad happens, that's when, you absolutely present a West Bend versus maybe another carrier.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
What I'd want you to know about West Bend is that you have a partner, and you have a partner that cares, that's built on strong values, and in the event that something does happen, you have a promise that will be kept.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Are you craving down-home comfort food? This is Jeff Grunder inviting you to the Machine Shed. We've got weekly features for everyone, starting off with our Kickin' Chicken Tuesdays with classic fried chicken. Then on Smokehouse Wednesdays, we have our slow-roasted hickory smoked ribs. And don't forget our Fish Fry Fridays with fresh North Atlantic cod. Each night is all you care to eat and comes with all the Machine Shed fixings. Bring the family and bring your appetite.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
With Bobby Hansen, Gary Dolphin at the Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield broadcast table. Great Iowa basketball we've been viewing for the first 29 minutes of this game. 11-12 to play. Iowa 66, Indiana 45. The Hawks have gotten in a little foul trouble here in the last couple Indiana possessions. Philip Rebracha picked up his third. Now Chris Murray has his third. The Hawkeyes led by Murray's 24 points. 14 points, 5 rebounds for Philip Rebracha. Tony Perkins with 16 points, 8 assists. He too having a great floor game, but Hawks are going to have to go deeper into the bench, Bobby, for at least the next 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, play without fouling, Gary. 11-12 to go in the basketball game. You're holding onto a 21-point lead. Now the Hawks are playing great, shooting a high percentage, 63%. They've made 9 3-point field goals. Indiana has made just 1. It's going to be the key in these last few minutes here is keep Indiana off that 3-point line, force them into the 2s.
So look at this. Josh Dix, Josh Agundale, Josh Dix, Peyton Sanford, Patrick McCaffrey, and Tony Perkins on the floor for the Hawkeyes. Iowa with 16 fouls. Now Schifino looking to take Josh Dix off the dribble, but he's handed off to Tony Perkins. Here's Bates. Jump pass in the lane is knocked away and stolen away by Patrick McCaffrey to Dix. Hawks get a turnover. Sanford shooting a 3 in transition. Good.
Wow.
What a weapon he is.
What a weapon is right. It's automatic. No hesitation there. Peyton Sanford gets his third 3 of the game.
10th 3 of the night for the Hawkeyes. 69-45, Iowa's biggest lead. Here's a drive and a missed running jump shot in the lane, but a foul is called on Peyton Sanford. That'll be 2 free throws coming for Malik Renew. I'm laughing because Renew got off the floor, nowhere to go. He didn't know what to do with it. He had the ball pinned to his chest, so he just pumped it up there, and Peyton apparently enough contact to give him 2 free throws. Malik Renew, 6'9" freshman from Miami, off the bench a lot tonight. Lefty makes the first free throw. He's averaging 6 points, 4 rebounds. Good numbers for his first year. Now C.J. Gunn has come into the game for Tamar Bates. Gunn, a freshman from Indianapolis. Lawrence North, the home of Tony Perkins. So we'll have a little showdown coming here. 69-46. Second free throw, no good. Perkins with another rebound. Tony Perkins now has 7 rebounds, 8 assists, and 16 points. Tony, again, stumbles with the basketball, but gets it to Sanford. 10.5 to go in the game. Hawks can be selective here. Up 23 points. Here's Patrick McCaffrey with 10 to shoot. Patrick picked up by Trace Jackson-Davis. Then a low pass off of Perkins' kneecaps. Patrick McCaffrey gets it back. Tony misses the layup, but he's knocked to the floor hard with 3 seconds on the shot clock. Patrick, heads up play by Patrick to go get the loose ball off his low pass to Perkins. Perkins just cut for the basket.
Yeah, he never
Patrick
gave up,
found him.
Never gave up on the play. Patrick went and retrieved the basketball. Tony does what he does so well, and that's move without the ball. A direct straight line cut to the basket. Patrick hit him and fouled. 2 free throws for TP.
C.J. Gunn with the foul. Tony gets the first. Perkins with 17. What a line. He had a great line on Saturday against Michigan State. 6 assists, 24 points. Second free throw takes flight. It's right through. Whistles through the net. And Iowa's lead is 71-46 with 10-10 to go in the game. Schifino with a jump pass to Trace Jackson-Davis, and Josh Agundale with the assault from behind.
Free throws coming.
Knocked his head off. Josh has got he's 18 feet from the basket. He doesn't need to do that, but he hasn't played a lot this year. Thought he could reach in and knock that pass away. Free throw's good by Trace Jackson-Davis. Indiana's leading scorer and rebounder. He's got 18 points, 9 boards, 5 of 7 from the free throw line. Don't want that clock stopping with Indiana scoring points, because they're going to press this unit. Makes them both 71-48 Iowa, and it comes to Perkins. Dix races across the midcourt stripe. Good job, a stop and go move. Almost picked from behind by Schifino, then throws it away. Jackson-Davis with the steal. Here's a run out. Layup is good by Jackson-Davis. And Dix turns it over. 71-50. Iowa's lead is 21. 9:40 to play in the game. Dix Brings the ball into the front court, leaves it for Perkins. Josh retreats to the baseline. Kopp shadowing him. Perkins for Sanford. He's open off a screen, misses the three, knocked to the floor. Indiana with a rebound and a run out, and a layup good at the other end. 71-52. When Sanford got knocked to the floor, it made it 5-on-4, and Indiana threw over the top the Iowa defense. 9:12 to go.
6-0 run.
Murray and Rebraca on the bench, each with 3 personals. Thompson has 4 for Indiana. Here's Dix to Perkins. Tony's going to take his man off the dribble. Step back jumper, that's short. Top rebounds for Indiana. Hawks need a stop. 8:54 to play. Schifino. Backdoor lob. Nice catch by the Indiana forward. Jump hook is up, no good. Gagundale with a clear out of the missed jumper by Malik Renew. Fran would love to get to the under 8 timeout before he has to bring his starters back in. Hawks can work some clock here. Patrick McCaffrey around a Gundele screen to Sanford. Now to Josh, right back to Peyton. Peyton on a crossover dribble, gets in the lane, nowhere to go. Leaves it for Perkins. He's fouled. Really smart decision by Peyton Sanford. He ran headlong into a double team, so he knew somebody had to be free. Perkins came to the rescue, and he handed off to him, and Tony gets fouled by Kopp. That's his third.
Yeah, they have no answer for Tony Perkins. He's one of the best players on the floor here today, and he's just playing with a purpose. A young man coming back home here, and he's got a little personal grudge going on here because Tony plays this way against Indiana most times.
First free throw is good, and Tony, an excellent free thrower, will get another. 72-52. Hawks have the lead back to 20. Dix and Agundale come out. Good 2 minutes for those two youngsters. Good to see Josh Agundale out there. I mean, Iowa, it's kind of the missing component, the big body.
Another big body, yeah. Played well in the Big Ten tournament last year, so getting him ready for what's coming next week.
Tony rattles the second free throw in and out. So the Iowa lead is 20 with 8:15 to play. Hood Schifino drives in on Ulis, misses the shot off the glass. Tough shot, Ulis with good defense, and Ulis gets the rebound. Hawks can bring it under 8 minutes now, 72-52 Iowa. Ulis, they spread the floor. Ulis drives in deep, hits a cutting Tony Perkins, threw the shot up too hard. A rebound and a foul. Perkins went after his own miss and got fouled, and I think it's on Trace Jackson Davis.
It is on Trace. That is his second. Free throw's coming.
Hawkeyes rewarded for their aggressive play, and nobody more feisty than Tony Perkins when he comes back to Indiana. 7:56 to go in the game. The Hawkeye lead is 20, 72-52. It's the 6th team foul on Indiana. So the Hawks have the ball and can run some more clock when we come back to Assembly Hall. Attention Hawk fans who buy your own health insurance, Wellmark is on your side and on the health insurance marketplace. Give it up for plans you can afford. Check out wellmark.com/hoops to compare plans. Wellmark. And when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. What connections do you have to corn? Those connections translate into victories for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win. Let's hope Iowa wins. 72-52. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Order Bud Light online today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
And now more Hawkeye basketball, courtesy of Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield. Bobby Hansen and our engineer-producer Corey Sheets. Gary Dolphin at Assembly Hall in Bloomington, Indiana, where the Hawks are up 20. They've led by as many as 25 here in the second half. That with 10.5 minutes to go. Iowa's been the old hot tamale here on the road tonight, Bobby, but they've gone without a field goal for the last 3 minutes, but they are getting to the free throw line.
That field goal put them up by 24 points. The Peyton Sanford 3 at the 10:55 mark, 69-45, but Tony got a couple of free throws. He had a couple of one more by Tony Perkins, so that's when Fran changed the lineup a little bit to try to save his guys to get to the under 8 timeout, and they ran off on a 6-0 run, but got the regulars back in there now.
Happy birthday to Hawkeye fan Julie. She turned a number that has a 0 behind it this week. I won't say what the first number is, but she's been a staunch Hawkeye fan since the early 80s. Loved Hayden Fry and Tom Davis and Lute Olson, and obviously present day Kirk Ferentz and Fran McCaffrey. Hawkeyes not shooting free throws after that last foul, but they do have the basketball. 16 fouls on Indiana. Connor McCaffrey deals it into Peyton Sanford. Boy, these next 3-4 minutes are critical. Ulis gets around Hood-Schifino all the way to the basket. Threw it up too high and too hard. Boy, he did everything but convert it there around Hood-Schifino. A 3 by Galloway is strong. No good. Out of bounds. Touched last by Trace Jackson Davis, thanks to a beautiful block out by PMAC, Patrick McCaffrey.
Outstanding block out. Was watching him on Trace Jackson Davis. Trace tried to reach over the top and knock it loose. Patrick had him blocked out.
Look at those rebounding numbers, Bobby. 32 to 21.
Yeah,
Iowa. Difference maker. 7.5 to play. Hawks spread the floor. 1 out, 4 in. Connor McCaffrey missed a cutting Peyton Sanford. Takes the left wing to brother Patrick. Now to Sanford. 10 to shoot. Here's Connor. Skip pass left of the lane. Rebracha's back in with those 3 fouls. He drives it inside. Now kicks to Peyton. 4-3. Good. Peyton Sanford. And the Hawks have escaped back to a 23-point lead. 75-52. What a performance.
And they're starting to head to the exits here in Bloomington, Indiana to beat the traffic.
Iowa 11 of 19 from 3. Here's a set in off the glass. Good by Trace Jackson Davis. He caught it in deep on Peyton Sanford on the switch. And Peyton just let him go as he danced it in from about 8 feet away. 75-54, 6:40 to play in the game. Ulis around a screen by Rebracha. Gets to the basket, but gets it instead to Rebracha. We have a foul called on Indiana. Almost a throwaway. Ulis' outlet pass was deflected, but right to his teammate. To say the ball is bouncing Iowa's way in the second half would be an understatement.
Ball's been bouncing their way, but the Hawkeye hustle has been number one here tonight, out hustling Indiana to every loose ball.
Agreed. And Rebracha reached out, latched onto it. C.J. Gunn ran into him. And Phillip, who hasn't missed a free throw, stands in again. Misses that one. Front end of the 1-and-1. He's 4 out of 5 now. The Hawkeye lead holds at 21 points. Trace Jackson Davis with the rebound to Galloway. Iowa's perimeter defense has been outstanding tonight. Now they throw it inside to Davis. Reverse layup is good. Phillip just can't handle him one-on-one. And the Hawks give him that one. 75-56. Trace Jackson Davis with 26 points, 12 rebounds. He is a double machine.
Really their only offensive threat all night, though.
They've kept Hood-Schifino under wraps. He's on the bench right now. Perkins with 14 on the shot clock. 5:50 on the game clock. Bounces left wing, and Connor McCaffrey's fouled. And that's 25 feet from the basket, but C.J. Gunn, to his credit, playing aggressive, went for the steal, but now he's put a 90% free thrower at the line. in Connor McCaffrey. The Hawks are going to get there a lot here in the last 5:50.
Yeah, they'll step up there and finish them off at the free throw line.
Free throws up, in and out, no good. Iowa has missed the front end of 2 1-and-1s. Galloway, backdoor cutting gun. He doesn't have a shot. Gets it to the All-American Davis. Jump shot up, no good. Missed the jump hook off the double team. Good defense by Iowa. Connor McCaffrey clears.
Another rebound for Connor on the night. Connor, 5 rebounds.
Perkins walks across the timeline. Hawks in no hurry. 5:20 to go in the game, and they're up 21. Or up 19, pardon me. Perkins leans into gun, 10 to shoot, crosses him over, and finally draws the foul. And Tony will be at the line for the 1-and-1. CJ
got 4.
Poor CJ's got 4 fouls, and he's played 4 minutes.
All in the second half here.
4.5 minutes. 5:16 to go. Tony Perkins. What a floor game for Tony. It's 4 of 6 from the foul line. 8 rebounds, 8 assists. And now 20 points. The leading candidate for our Old Dominion best in the best, wouldn't you say? Best of the best.
Once again, man, he is playing best basketball of the season right now at the right time.
Hood Schifino is back in. They're hoping to catch lightning in a bottle with him. 35 points against Purdue the other night at Mackey. Tony makes both free throws. But it's the other Indiana kid, Tony Perkins, who's been one up on him tonight. Peyton Sanford now guarding Hood Schifino. To Jackson Davis. They're doubling him with Perkins and Rabracha. Wraparound pass and a layup is good by Malik Renew. And the Hoosiers will pick up full court. 77-58. 5 minutes to play here in Bloomington. Tony jump passes to Rabracha. Into the corner to Sanford. Peyton had the 3 but passed it up. Wise decision with 18 on the shot clock. Spread the floor. Jump passes to Connor McCaffrey. Connor takes it inside. Right back to Peyton. Layup no good. Put back good by Rabracha. A tip in by Philip Rabracha. 79-58 Iowa.
Once again, the Hawkeyes quicker to the basketball. Again, all night long. They've been right there with Johnny on the spot.
Jackson Davis knocks Rabracha down, and a charging foul on Jackson Davis. Good position by Philip Rabracha. I don't know if he was completely set, but I think the referee is rewarding Rabracha for hustling into position. 3 fouls on Trace Jackson Davis.
Nobody tougher than number 0 there, Philip Rabracha.
What a year this guy has had. He and Connor McCaffrey, what an emotional senior day that will be. Fran always finds that Philip Rabracha, doesn't he?
Yeah, certainly does.
Somewhere.
A guy that overachieves and just undersized, but no one will outwork him.
Iowa isn't big on transfers, but boy, when they do bring him in, it's like mining gold. And that's good coaching. That's coaching them up. They see the possibility.
Great eye for talent.
4:10 to go in the game, and the Hawkeyes on cruise control here, 79-58. Leading Indiana. They've never trailed. Perkins dancing along the sideline with 7 to shoot. Sanford's open for 3. No good. That one's short. Karams to the wing. Hood Schifino races back into the front court with 3:50 to go. All the way to the basket. Shot blocked away by Chris Murray. Tony Perkins ahead for Sanford. Iowa had the break, but put the brakes on instead. Melting clock is much more important here.
Absolutely a good decision, and clock is quickly winding down as we go inside 3 minutes.
Mike Woodson is doing that. He's got the stare down. He's looking at Edwin Young, and he wants the Fran McCaffrey stare down. Murray for 3, air ball. Chris probably a little tired. He's worked a lot tonight. Here's a blocking foul called on Iowa as the Hoosiers rebounded the air ball, and on the run out, foul is called either on Chris Murray or...
There you go, he gets the tech.
Connor McCaffrey. Okay, technical foul on Mike Woodson. Well, Mike wanted that one.
Yeah.
It's been a frustrating night for the Hoosier mentor. Well, Coach McCaffrey isn't the only guy in the league to get texts. I mean, come on. Now Mike's really going off.
He's going to get run.
Yeah, he's frustrated. 79-58. Iowa has a 21-point lead. And technical free throws coming when we return. 3:19 to go. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, See dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area? Or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Iowa basketball.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, the wait is over. The Iowa men's and women's basketball teams are back on the court, and Shields has everything you need to cheer on your favorite players all season long. Take your game day gear to the next level with Shields Fan Shop. We have an unmatched lineup of gear, including jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more to help you show off your team colors. So gear up, Hawkeyes fans, and celebrate all season with Shields, a proud partner of Iowa basketball and hoops fans everywhere.
Hawkeyes, a human torch to start each half tonight with their shooting, and they're sealing it here at Indiana with free throws, leading 79-58. Iowa's led by as many as 25. And Bobby, I don't know that there might be one out there, but I don't know of a better performance at both ends of the floor with defensive switches and double team execution on Trayce Jackson-Davis. Yeah, he's gotten 26, but he's really had to work for every one of those points tonight as the Hawkeyes have really got it done at both ends of the at both baselines.
Yeah, I really love their defensive effort, Gary. No doubt about it. I mean, they were active. They were swarming all over the court to D'ing up Schifino. I think he was a key to this game. Kid coming off 35 points at Purdue, and they just never let Jalen Hood-Schifino get a rhythm in this game. Trayce Jackson-Davis, they made life difficult for him. He worked for all 26 of those points that he got. It was a quick double team, forced him to give up the basketball. They turned it over early, and then Chris Murray's three-point shooting got him the confidence they needed to get this victory.
I'll be curious to hear Fran's comments about the defensive mindset and game plan coming into tonight. You know, Iowa often accused of, okay, we'll outscore you. We're not going to guard you. We'll outscore you. I'll tell you what, they guarded tonight against a team that's averaging 75 points a game. Indiana has 58 and will have none when it counts most here in the final 3:19. So Mike Woodson has been hit with a technical foul, the Indiana coach. And my goodness, Peyton Sanford misses a free throw.
Lonely up there. Nobody's on the line with him.
I think that's 3 or 4 straight misses for Iowa at the foul line. Well, not straight. Tony Perkins hit a couple. Now Peyton hits the second technical, but equally important. Well, I thought Iowa got the ball, but I forgot there was a foul on Iowa when we went to the break. And that's when Mike Woodson was tapped with the technical foul. So Peyton gets 1 of 2. Sanford having another big night. 13 points, 4 for 10 from the field, and all 4 are three-point goals. Indiana counters now with a free throw. Caleb Banks, the freshman, at the line. Hawkeye basketball is sponsored by Wimmers. Nothing goes better with Hawkeye sports than Wimmers meats. Wimmers hot dogs and sausages deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmers, the official hot dog of the Hawkeyes. Got a grab on Indiana on the inbounds. We're gonna be here a while. 3:19 to go. Certainly no time to get cozy for the Hawkeyes. But Chris Murray now gets a chance to make a couple free throws. The Hawkeyes have cooled off from the foul line the second half. 13 for 21 for the game. Free throws good by Chris. What a game he's had tonight, Bobby. Man.
Confident. He brought it right from the get-go and was in the attack mode. When they didn't guard him at the three-point line, he just stepped back and drained him and got the Hawks going.
3 threes to start the game for Murray. That got the Hawks off the launching pad, and they went to outer space from there. Makes both free throws, does Murray. 82-60 Iowa. Chris Murray with 26 on the night. Hood Schifino misses a three. That's been his story tonight, and that has been huge. He's 4 for 13.
Tony Perkins with another rebound. That gives him 10.
Tony's crowding a triple-double. He's our star of the game by far, our Old Dominion best of the best. Perkins dribbling around is fouled. And with 2:50 to go in the game, the Hawks are parading back to the foul line. Perkins has 10 rebounds, 8 assists, and 21 points.
Fabulous. Back home. Back home in Indiana.
This is what he showed in the Big Ten tournament last year. Four games in 4 days.
Tough man.
Just a tiger. Hood Schifino dejectedly walks off the floor. He is upset with his performance. Walks all the way to the end of the bench. He's done for the night. Perkins makes both free throws. It's 84-60 Iowa. Pass fumbled in the lane, picked back up by Renew. He's double teamed and then fouled. I mean, Iowa's capable of this any night out, but there's people that are going to pick up the paper in the morning, Bobby, around the country and look at this and go, what? Wasn't that game at Indiana? Indiana, 14 wins on the home floor this year.
Exactly. The Hawks took it to them and never gave them any chance to get any rhythm going in here. And you got to credit that Hawkeye defense with what they did tonight.
And that we are. Free throws good by Malik Renew. One more coming. It's 84-61. Hawks led by as many as 25 early in the second half. And have pretty much maintained that 20-point lead throughout the period. Both free throws good for Renew. It's 84-62. By the way, that was Rebrach's 4th foul. Connor McCaffrey brings it across the midcourt stripe. Hands off to Desante Bowens in the game for Iowa. Hawks spread the floor. 1 out, 4 in. Murray with a catch in the lane to the corner to Connor. Backdoor cut, layup, no good by Sanford. Missed the wide open bunny. Great feed by Connor. Hawks hustle back on defense. 2:16 to go. Camps, the freshman, leaves it for a three-point shot up and no good. Offered up by Nathan Childress, a senior from Zionsville, who snuck in the game on me. Iowa with a rebound and 2 minutes to go in the game. Hawks will get to 11-8 in the Big Ten. How impressive is that? A long grind of a Big Ten season as they approach 30 games with one more to go on Sunday before postseason. Here's Murray driving into a double team, misses the shot. Iowa gets the rebound. Chris got his own miss. Minute 40 to go. The Hawks can burn another 20 seconds or so. Connor McCaffrey dancing on the Indiana State symbol at center court. Here's Payton for three. Good. Well, he was too close for that layup.
Yeah. They're going to tag him with a taunting tech.
Who are they? Who's the tech on?
Payton.
Oh, I didn't see anything. He was running down the floor, but obviously the official standing right there.
Weak call.
I guess, well, I don't know. Maybe he said something. But his animation wasn't anything. I guess you can't celebrate anymore.
16 points for Payton, 5 3-point field goals made.
Carter Kingsbury comes into the game for Iowa. Tamar Bates will shoot the technicals. Fran McCaffrey, he doesn't need to argue. It's 87-62. Payton Sanford. I mean, he has got a personality galore. I mean, he's animated. He loves the game.
Does.
He would never intentionally get in anybody's face or taunt. He's just celebrating the
having
three.
Fun.
Yeah. Oh, well. 87-64. As Bates makes both free throws, Indiana gets the ball. Minute 15 to go, and here's a holding foul on Iowa. It's going to get labeled on Josh Dix. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by our friends at Authentic Brand. Log on to authentic-brand.com. Boy, do they have some good-looking merch. Iowa caps, baseball caps. They've got coolers, durable coolers. They're much more than just clothing at Authentic Brand. Licensed bike jerseys, premium bags, and, of course, the stadium-approved clear bags. Free throws up and no good by Bates. He'll get one more. plus the full line of jackets, vests, shirts that Bobby and I wear each and every game day. And we'll have on tomorrow night for Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey. Well, that'll be a pleasant conversation. That 90 minutes will fly by. Tomorrow night at the Hyatt Regency in Iowa City, or in Coralville in the Iowa River Landing. 87-65. Bates makes 2 free throws. Here's Kingsbury. Ball hacked at from behind. Riley Mulvey's in the game along with Josh Agundale. Dix spin dribbles away from the Indiana defender. 55 seconds to go in the game. The Hawks up 22. Dix gets all the way inside to Kingsbury. Shot fake. Now to Dix in the corner. His 3. God, why not? Josh Dix hits the, is that 12? 13 3-point goals for the Hawkeyes. It was their night tonight, 90-65. A 3 is good by Camps, the freshman. He's part of that big future of Indiana basketball. 37.5 to go. Stay with us for the U.S. Cellular postgame show. We'll hear from Coach McCaffrey. Tony Perkins, who had a near triple-double, is our Old Dominion best in the game. Agundale with it along the baseline. Josh is double-teamed and dribbles it out of bounds. It'll be a turnover on Iowa. On balance, the Hawks took very good care of the basketball tonight. Bobby, each team with 10 turnovers, but Iowa didn't turn it over when it counted most.
No, really didn't. At the beginning of the game is when they really took good care of it and turned Indiana over.
Mulvey with a block shot in the lane. Good job, Riley. Way to finish it off strong. Hawks will dribble it out. Final score, Iowa 90, Indiana 68. You heard correct.
Impressive.
Fans, I'll say 22-point win for Fran McCaffrey and the Hawkeyes over Mike Woodson's Indiana Hoosiers. And the Hawkeyes catch the Hoosiers. They're both 11-8 now. And for the moment in a tie for third place. That double bye is still in play. We'll talk about that and much more on the U.S. Cellular postgame show. That's coming up next. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
This has been the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half on the Hawkeye Sports Network. Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye basketball. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Silver lining means you are backed by a policy and a company that is going to do everything they can to get you back whole to like you were before.
An independent insurance agent describes the silver lining.
But there's a promise there. You know, that word means we're going to answer our promise in the policy and get you back up and running if you're a business, or, you know, if you're home, we're going to get your home put back together as if nothing had happened.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Basketball players don't always get a second chance. But now with the Iowa Lottery, basketball fans do. Play Money Madness or Triple-Tripler scratch tickets and you could win up to $100,000. Not a winner? Enter your ticket online or scan it in our app, and you could win 2 VIP suite seats to see the Minnesota Timberwolves or the Men's National College Basketball Tournament. Play today at any Iowa Lottery retailer and enter your tickets to see March basketball from the suite seats.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye basketball has been brought to you by West Bend, the Silver Lining, Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, just minutes south of Iowa City. Shields, right there with you. U.S. Cellular, take the phones down for 5 challenge. Visit uscellular.com/finds to learn more. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Big win on the road for the Hawkeyes tonight, 90-68 at Indiana. Not only was it a big win, any road win is a huge win in this league this year, but to beat Indiana by 22 in the hallowed Assembly Hall, that's cause for joy and celebration. Welcome to the U.S. Cellular postgame show. Before we dig into the numbers, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Go around the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa basketball. Excellent shooting in both halves by the Hawkeyes this evening. 61% for the game. Iowa played at times airtight, smothering defense. I'm looking for blocked shots. Hawks only got 4. I thought they had more than that. Indiana with Trace Jackson Davis, he almost gets that himself in a game. But Indiana had 1 block shot tonight, that by Trace Jackson Davis. So what that points out is the way Iowa was driving the basketball in deep. And then if they were covered up, they were finding open teammates. How about Tony Perkins? He had to have at least 4 to 5 layups for scores, thanks to unselfish teammates like Rebracha and Aaron Eulis and Chris Murray, who everybody was throwing wraparound passes to back-cutting or side-cutting teammates. Hawks got out to a 20-point lead in the first half. Indiana cut it to 11 by the break, but the Hawks never trailed. They outscored Indiana by 11 in each half and win it 90-68 going away. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show, brought to you by U.S. Cellular. U.S. Cellular is on a mission to find us again by putting down our phones in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. It all helps. Keep your eyes on the road and keep your eyes on the important things. Find out more at uscellular.com/find us. That's uscellular.com/find us. Chris Murray got Iowa off and running with 3 3-point goals to start the game. The game's first 5 minutes, Hawks led it 8-0, gradually stretched it to double digits, and didn't get back inside double digits, save for a couple times in that first half when Indiana cut it to 9. But Murray, Perkins, Rebracha inside doing the heavy lifting, kept Iowa safely in front for the entire 40 minutes. For the game, Murray, our Lennox dealers of Iowa, Hot Hawkeye, 9 for 16. 9 for 16, well over 500 from the field, 5 of 8 from 3. And made 3 of 5 from the free throw line. Chris logged 32 minutes, totaled 26 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists, those wraparound passes I spoke of, and threw in a couple of block shots for good measure. Chris Murray are heating up the nets. Hot Hawkeye. Great Lennox dealers waiting to serve you this winter and this spring. When you start to pop the windows and let the fresh air in, still going to need some heat at night. Give Air Solutions a call in Creston. Denison and Verlin's Plumbing and Heating in Denison waiting to serve you. Lozier Heating and Cooling in Des Moines. In Fairfield, it's affordable service. And in Delaware County and Manchester, stop in and see Don and Waltz. Chris Murray are heating up the nets. Hot Hawkeye courtesy of your Lennox dealers. We'll come back and check the Hy-Vee stat recap on Iowa's thrilling win here on the road. Impressive at both ends. Impressive from start to finish. 90-68 over the Hoosiers. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud and Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Having an emergency fund can help you cover an unexpected expense, like cleaning up and rebuilding after a bad storm. At DePaco Credit Union, we've got the right tools and resources to get you on your feet. We want our members to feel the comfort that a life emergency won't become a financial emergency. DePaco cares about your financial well-being. When our members love life, it makes a brighter community for all. DePaco can help you. Be well. Learn more at depaco.com/be well. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
What are you craving? The Wigan Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wigan Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show. The Hawkeyes with an impressive 90-68 victory over Indiana. Got it done at both ends of the floor tonight. And the big reason why was Tony the Tiger. Tony Perkins is our best in the game, courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in their game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Nearly a triple-double for the percolating Perkins tonight. 23 points on 7 of 12 shooting. Tony had a three-point goal, made 8 of 10 free throw attempts. But the ice cream or the frosting on top of the cake, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, a double-double, a near triple-double. Tony, congratulations first off to you and the entire team. It was almost flawless.
Thank you.
What were you most pleased with?
I was just mostly pleased with how we played as a team. My stats was good, immaculate, great stats, but I was more towards the team goal. Our goal was to come in, play good, follow the game plan, and compete. We lost a lot on the road lately, so we want to put that up and finally get a win on the road. So we all came together and followed the game plan and trusted each other and pushed each other to be the best today.
And you beat a team that is near unbeatable in this building. I mean, you grew up in Indiana. You know all about the Assembly Hall and one of the storied programs in college basketball. They had 14 wins going for 15. Coming in tonight, they've got Michigan here this weekend. But the 3 threes by Chris to start the game, what a boost that was, huh?
A good boost. Right away, he's getting hot. He's going. That gets the team going. Whoever makes 3 shots in a row, it gets them going. That gave us a boost defensively, led to offensive, pushing the ball, fast break points, locked us in on defense, offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds. It locked us in all the way. So him doing that and him bringing the type of game that he brought tonight most definitely gave us a boost at the beginning.
My pregame visit with Fran, we both almost mentioned at the same time. In the end, on the road in an environment like this, rebounding would be the key stat. And look at those numbers, 39 bounds for Iowa. 39-27, out-rebounding Indiana by 12, and second chance points, 4 more points. But when you control the glass, that really deflates a team like Indiana, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course. A lot of teams, I think they out-rebounded this last game, not too sure. But that was our goal going into this game, get to the glass. Trace a good offensive rebounder. Race is a good offensive rebounder, so our main goal was guards get in there and rebound. That's what we did. And, we got to keep doing that because we obviously like to turn that when all guards are in and getting rebounds.
For the record, Iowa out-rebounded Indiana and Iowa City 37-32. So you're playing better than even you think, huh?
Yeah, I mean.
I'll tell you what was equally impressive, though, and your numbers reflect that with 8 assists. The Hawks had 19 assists on 30 made baskets. I mean, that is off the chart. That is really selfless. That's such unselfish basketball. You guys are to be commended, you and your teammates. And that's what really gave you all those drives to the basket for easy scores.
Yeah, at the beginning they just kept overplaying everyone, so our main goal was the back door, get them off, get open, continue to have a great motion game, and that's what we did.
Now it helps to have Peyton Sanford on the floor too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know what he said at the end there, but 13 three-point goals. I mean, the record speaks for itself. When you guys get 10 or more threes, I think you have one loss this season. That's one loss out of 30 games. So it's a complete victory, and it should give you a huge additional momentum boost. Saturday was big enough, even with the short turnaround. You expected a little bit of a pause or maybe a dip tonight, but that didn't happen. And now you get a few days to rest up for the Nebraska Cornhuskers on Senior Day, Sunday, when the Hawks say goodbye to Connor McCaffrey and Philip Rebraca, 2 workhorses, if ever there were.
Yeah, facts. I missed them guys. I'm going to just make sure we ain't going to talk too much about what's coming up Sunday. We'll talk about that when the time comes. But I'm going to enjoy this last regular season with my guys, C-Mac and Philip.
Congratulations, Tony. Thanks for your time, bud.
Thank you.
Tony Perkins, our Old Dominion best in the game, sponsored by Old Dominion Freight Lines. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in their game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. And was Tony exquisite tonight? Perkins with 23 points, 10 rebounds, 8 assists, logged 36 of the 40 minutes, a near triple-double. Contractors, you're busier than ever, but you've got this with high-quality building materials from Spahn & Rose, including GAF Roofing. Use the Spahn & Rose Visualizer to plan the perfect roof and blend an architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF, we protect what matters the most. With several Spahn & Rose locations, you can focus on life's other important things. Spahn & Rose, buy easier and build better. Indiana won the battle of paint scores tonight, 38-28. But that had everything to do with Trace Jackson-Davis. He scored 26 points, most of those in the paint. He had 6 of 8 from the foul line. Indiana 10 more paint scores than the Hawks, but Iowa will gladly yield that stat if they get out of here with a 22-point win, and that's what happened, 90-68 over the Hoosiers. Our points in the paint are sponsored each game night by Spahn & Rose. And more U.S. Cellular postgame show is right around the corner. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Turn it up. It's time to go next generation with Extreme, powered by Mediacom. Get your gig on in every room, place, and space with Wi-Fi 360 Pro. And go full-on digital home with smart internet tech that lets you control and automate your home, lights, locks, cameras, and more from virtually anywhere. It's time to turn it up to the extreme. Call 844-4FASTER today to learn more about Extreme smart internet packages.
Some companies are very standoffish or very afraid to get directly involved with the repair process. So we will physically take our phone, call the guy we know that can do it, and say, hey, I'm standing at this address. I need somebody to come over here and pull this limb out of this house. A lot of companies won't do that.
A West Bend claims representative on handling a claim.
And we bring that sense with us that we can fix it. That's the biggest thing we do for them.
West Bend, the worst brings out our best. Visit thesilverlining.com to find out more.
Born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brands premium sportswear is crafted with attention to detail and uncompromising quality. Inspired by the Midwestern work ethic and with you in mind, Authentic Brand apparel and accessories will make you look, feel, and perform your best. Whether you work in the trades or in the office, Authentic Brands' range of models serves the everyday demands of small businesses and corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best. Discover the authentic difference and insist on the Authentic Brand label.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame show. Hawkeyes dominate Indiana from start to finish, winning 90-68 here tonight in Bloomington. And the Hawks get to 11-8 on the season, same record for the Hoosiers. And for the moment, the Hawks are tied for third place. We'll update at least the top half of the standings before we say goodnight. Michigan State is playing as we speak at Nebraska. Let's give you the Latham Seeds charity stripe recap. See how the Hawks did from the foul line in this game. Iowa was very, very good for 2/3 of the game. Missed a few front ends of the 1-and-1 late, but by then they had a 20. We're maintaining a 20-point lead. And although you love to make all your free throws, tonight Iowa was a little bit below their season's average of 73%. They made 17 of 25, did the Hawkeyes. Still out free throwed Indiana by 1. The Hoosiers were 16 of 20, and 8 of those were shot by Trace Jackson Davis. Half of those makes were by Trace Jackson Davis. Indiana 16 of 20, that's 80%. And that's the charity stripe update, sponsored by Latham High-Tech Seeds. Just like the Hawks' diverse talents, no seed company has more trait and genetic diversity than Latham High-Tech Seeds. Thank you, Latham, for supporting a Hawkeye basketball and the American Cancer Society through the Hawkeye Charity Stripe promotion all season long. All right, here come the rest of the evening's stats, courtesy of Hy-Vee. Score big savings and shop online at HyVeeDeals.com. 90-68 the final. The Hawks shoot 30 of 54. Very judicious. That's 61%. 13 threes in 23 attempts. That's almost, that's a little over 58%. 5 of those threes belong to Chris Murray. He got the Hawks off and running early with the trifecta of triples. Peyton Sanford had 5 late in the first half and on through the second half. 5 of 9. Murray was 5 of 8. So 10 of the 13 from sharpshooting Chris Murray and Peyton Sanford. 1 from the left, 1 from the right. 13 of 23 for the Hawks, 17 of 25 from the foul line. Indiana, 25 of 58, 52%. Just 2 of 11 from 3, and that had everything to do with the way the Hawks defended Jalen Hood-Schifino. If Peyton Sanford and Chris Murray were the offensive keys tonight, and Rebraca certainly did his part, then the defensive key was stopping Jalen Hood-Schifino, who came off a 35-point effort at Purdue. And tonight had 4 baskets and 14 attempts, and all 4 of those field goals came at the end of the first half when Iowa's lead was chopped from 20 to 11. But it didn't matter as the Hawkeyes had control of tempo in both 20-minute sessions. Iowa out-rebounded Indiana 39-27. The Hawkeyes turned the Hoosiers over 10 times. Likewise, Iowa had 10 turnovers, but a handful of those came late. The Hawkeyes were led in scoring by Chris Murray's 26 points, 23 for Tony Perkins, 16 apiece for Philip Rebraca and Peyton Sanford. Rebraca was Iowa's top board man with 8. Chris Murray had 7. I take that back. Tony Perkins had 10 rebounds to lead Iowa. A double-double, a near triple-double for Tony as he added in 8 assists. He led Iowa in that stat as well. 8 boards for Rebraca and 7 for Murray. For Indiana, led in scoring by Trace Jackson Davis with 26. Malik Renaud in reserve had 10 points. And Jalen Hood-Schifino had just 8, well below his season's average of 15. 7 for Trey Galloway, 5 for Caleb Banks, and 4 points for Miller Kopp. They held Kopp in check, too. He's a demon. He can make threes from all over the floor, especially in the corner, but the Hawks had the corners covered tonight. Second chance points, Iowa 12, Indiana 8. The Iowa bench outscored the Hoosiers by 2, 21-19. The Hawks led by as many as 25. They never trailed and won by a count of 90-68. That's the Hy-Vee stat recap, courtesy of Hy-Vee. Shop and score big savings online at HyVeeDeals.com. Hawkeye basketball has been presented by Iowa Corn. The Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series celebrates our student athletes and our state's corn farmers. Just like the Hawks work hard all year, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. A win for the Hawkeyes tonight, 90-68. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
Basketball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. Formerly Med Farm, Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned and operated company, providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Iowa Hawkeye basketball on 1040 WHO is brought to you by Case IH, West Bend Mutual, Better Business Bureau, Lennox Heating and Cooling, American Equity, Burger Shed, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hawkeyes defeat Indiana 90-68. Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame show. The only stare down Fran McCaffrey did tonight was at the scoreboard. And along with the Indiana Hoosier fans, they couldn't believe it as the Hawks, the highest scoring team in the Big Ten, hung 90 on the Hoosiers and win it by 22. Fran is in the Hawkeye locker room with our Bobby Hansen ready to visit about and recap Iowa's 11th win of the season in the Big Ten. Its 19th win on the year. Number 20 hopefully awaits Sunday against Nebraska. Fran's postgame chat is sponsored by John Deere, the great Iowa John Deere dealers all across the Hawkeye State, including Bodensteiner Implement in Claremont.
Coach, right from the get-go, this was domination by the Hawkeyes. You got to be proud of your team the way they got out to a great start.
Well, I think, Bobby, that was the most important thing. You're on the road, hostile environment, a team that's really playing well. You want to get off to a good start. You know they're going to then, make a run. They came at us, but we held them off. Go in with a double-digit lead at halftime. Start of the second half, obviously, was not as good as we would have liked. 3 turnovers, very uncharacteristic, a little casual against the press. I think the guys didn't realize they were bringing everybody up. And then we turned around and scored 5 straight. So, now the lead is extended, even though we turned it over 3 times. And then we didn't turn it over much the whole day. We handled the ball against our pressure. 10 turnovers, against, heavy heat. Out-rebounded them. And, of course, it helps when you make 13 threes.
And it also helps when your defensive effort was there like it was all night long. You don't get enough credit for the defense. I thought your defense was outstanding tonight.
Well, I think you're right, Bobby, but also I think it was an understanding of, okay, we need a couple stops in a row right now to impact this game. They struggled with the zone in the first half, and then they solved it. In the second half, it was the same thing. So we're switching back from man to zone, but it's understanding, okay, where are they going? Well, probably Trace or Shafino. So make sure that we get some stops in a row and then keep running. Got to the 10-minute mark. Now you have a decision to make. We're up 20-21. Do we start milking clock? No, it's too early. push it, keep running, keep driving the ball, because that's the only way you're going to get into the bonus, which we did. We missed some free throws coming down the stretch, but we also got into the bonus, and we got into the double bonus.
And Coach, Chris Murray really got you off to a great start. He got cooking from deep early and I think gave you guys the rhythm, the confidence to carry you through.
He was on fire, so we went to him. He caught fire again in the second half. But he's also a threat to drive the ball and put them in foul trouble. And he's also going to make his free throws. He had a terrific pass on a break early after he hit a couple threes, which set the tone, because now he's establishing himself as a guy that can make a three, can drive, score, can drive, get fouled, and can make a play off the bounce. And that's what he needs to do for us to be at our best.
And what do you say about Tony Perkins? Young man comes back home here to Indiana and always plays great against the Hoosiers.
Well, I told him, I said, I'm a little disappointed. You were 2 assists shy of a triple-double. But I hugged him at the 10-second line when I took him out. He's got 35 family members here. That's why I took him out, so they could applaud him. I mean, he really, you could almost say he dominated the game. The pace of the game, really played both the point guard and the off-guard position, scored in transition, got to the rim, got some and ones, got to the free throw line, and then was really active defensively. There was a stretch there where I'm like, I don't think I took him out, so I was like, maybe we need to get him a blow for a minute. And then you're feeling, we'll just leave him out there. But I took him out, I think, for a minute and put him right back in.
Coach, 13 threes, you mentioned it. This is a completely different team when the Hawkeyes hit three, and everybody was a part of the parade.
Well, I think you could say that about every team, Bobby, couldn't you? If you make double-digit threes, unless they do, you're probably going to win, as long as you take care of the ball and as long as you rebound. So you make 13 threes, you out-rebound your opponent, you only turn it over 10 times, you're going to have a good shot to win.
And, Coach, with all the tiebreakers that the Hawkeyes own, you're in line for a double bye coming up, but one big game coming up on Sunday. I know it's going to be emotional. Connor and Philip, we say goodbye to after incredible careers here. Quick thoughts.
2 very special parts of this program. Just incredible people, tough winners, character guys, locker room guys, leaders, captains. I'm thrilled for both of them, the way they're playing, the way they're helping this team win, because all they care about is this team winning. They're thrilled for Chris and Tony tonight to up in the stars. Yes, we won, and we're going to get you the ball, and we're going to go to you, and we know that. So thrilled that it's going to be a sellout, and the Hawk fans will support those 2 guys in a big way. You and I both know that.
Well, Coach, congratulations once again. This impressive victory, domination here in Bloomington, Indiana over the Hoosiers to go to 11 or 12-7 on the year, and we'll catch up on Sunday.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Bobby.
Quite the family reunion for Tony Perkins and 35 members of his family who drove down from Indianapolis tonight, and they were a little extra juice for Tony's performance. What a game for Perkins with 23 points, 8 assists, 10 rebounds. And Coach McCaffrey loves that kid. What a driver, what a guy behind the wheel to have to ignite and get this Iowa offense in motion, and that they did, as Chris Murray was white hot at the start of the game, got Iowa out to an 8-point lead. The Hawks never looked back and win it going away 90-68. Thanks to Coach McCaffrey and Bobby Hansen in the Hawkeye locker room. They were sponsored by Bodensteiner Implement Company, your Iowa John Deere dealer. Bodensteiner is your trusted John Deere dealer with 10 locations throughout Northeast Iowa to better serve you. All right, let's hear some of the highlights from tonight's game. That aforementioned Chris Murray start to the game, this is what it sounded like. And after 2 misses, Aaron Eulis brings the ball back down the floor for the Hawkeyes. So the Hawks get a stop. Here's a skip pass to Rebraca. Left of the lane, banging bodies with Race Thompson. Now they swing it around wide side to Chris Murray. His 3 is good. Perkins runs his man into a Rebraca screen. Chris Murray's open again. Splashdown. Back-to-back 3s by number 24. It's 6-0 Iowa. Chris Murray would end up with 26 points, hit 5 threes among his 9 field goals. And when he wasn't shooting from outside, Philip Rebraca was working him over inside. And in transition, here's Rebraca. Jump hook, up and in. As he jump stepped to a stop inside the block charge circle. Just 2 minutes into the game, Phillip gets his first basket. Nice assist from Chris Murray, and that gave Iowa an 8-0 lead. 2 minutes later, Tony Perkins hit his first long-range attempt. Ulis around Hood Schifino, jump stops to Perkins in the corner. His three, good. Tony Perkins with a long three from the corner. That was 4 threes for Iowa early. The Hawks were up by 15-5. Chris Murray was far from finished. As we move further on, Chris would hit a three on the next Iowa possession after Indiana scored. It was 21-12 Iowa. Rebraca got a layup off a missed shot. It was 23-12 the Hawkeyes. And midway through the first half, Peyton Sanford made his entry felt. 9 rebounds to 7 in favor of Iowa. Here's Sanford, a catch and shoot three, and that one curls in. Off the inbounds feed from Tony Perkins. Catch and shoot, Peyton Sanford. Little three-man weave out front. Playing catch. Here's Sanford with 15 to shoot. He lets fly. Bingo! Hits another one. Nothing but net. Back-to-back threes by Sanford, sandwiched around a Tony Perkins jump shot. And after Indiana had closed to 4, the Hawks shot back out to a 9-point lead. A moment later, Patrick McCaffrey on a beautiful backdoor cut got a reverse lay-in. Iowa was back up double digits, 31-20, and the lead would only get bigger on the next possession. Misses a jump shot, high post left. Rebounded Tony Perkins. Iowa up 11 again. Matches their biggest lead, 31-20. Here's Perkins on a give and go. Layup and a score. Indiana cannot keep up. Rebraca on the assist to Tony. The Indianapolis native gave the Hawks a 13-point lead, 33-20. That came at the end of a 12-2 run, and the Hawkeyes would go to the locker room leading by 11, 47-36. Jalen Hood Schifino, who dropped 35 on Purdue the other night, his only positive stretch of offense was the last 4 minutes of the first half. He had 4 baskets, got Indiana to within 5, but the Hawks led by 11 at the break. Second half, Iowa knew it had to come out and establish tempo much the way it did in the first half, and Chris Murray once again didn't disappoint. Murray holds up high post right, leaves it for Perkins. Back to Chris. Shot fake. Now he lets fly from 3. Good. Boy, was that big. Was that big time. Indiana had scored the first 6 of the first 8 points in the second half, got the lead back inside 10, but Murray's jump shot put the Hawks up 12, 50-38. Indiana got a score, but the Hawks came right back. Assist, Tony Perkins to Aaron Ulis for a long look. Here's Perkins, stop and go move twice. Ulis is open in the corner for 3. Good! And the Hawkeyes answer the Indiana tenacious defense to start the half with a 3-point goal. Iowa up 15, 3 minutes into the second half at 55-40. After a stop, Murray got a layup, was fouled, but missed the free throws. 57-40. Rebraca's layup after another Hawkeye stop fueled another 12-2 run. The Hawks were up 19 at 59-40 after the Rebraca basket. We're not 5 minutes deep in the second half, and then after some more solid Iowa defense, Chris Murray, showing he is a complete player, goes coast to coast. Hawks are heading the other way. 2 on 3. Iowa. Murray doesn't like the numbers. Wisely backs it out. Now takes it inside. Up and in. Just spun Miller Kopp dizzy. 61-40. The Hawks had the lead at 21, and they would win it going away 90-68. Some of the highlights from tonight's Iowa victory over the Indiana Hoosiers. That's 4 straight wins over Indiana for Iowa, and a regular season sweep of the 2 games played. Thank you, United Healthcare, for teaming up with Hawkeye Athletics this season to support and celebrate small businesses in the state of Iowa. This week, our winner is Somewhere in the Middle Coffee Shop, an independent, locally family-owned coffee shop out in Bondurant that has been in business for a little more than 3.5 years. Somewhere in the Middle Coffee Shop offers locally roasted coffee, loose-leaf teas, smoothies, breakfast, and more. They're open 7 days a week and have a mobile app and online ordering system with curbside delivery. Make your order at Somewhere in the Middle Coffee Shop. Is your small business ready for a big promotion? We'd like to help. Enter today at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. More postgame coming up. This is Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Hawkeye fans, join Rob Brooks and Lisa Bluter each week from 6 to 7 for Hawk Talk at Bumps Restaurant, presented by Oak Knoll. View the season schedule at HawkeyeSports.com.
Welcome back to the U.S. Cellular postgame show from Assembly Hall in Bloomington, where the Hawkeyes deal Indiana one of its worst losses ever in this building. Rarely do you come in here and beat Indiana, let alone beat them by 22, but tonight tied for the third worst loss in Assembly Hall history. Built back in the late 60s, early 70s, Iowa's 22-point win was just that. It also matches the biggest margin of victory for Iowa in the series with Indiana. The Hawks beat Indiana here in Bloomington, 68-46 in 1947. Almost to the day, February 22nd, 1947. The Hawks beat Indiana by 22, which matches the largest margin of win on the road here at Indiana. So a big night, yeah, I'd say. Somewhere Hayden Fry is smiling. This is Hayden's 94th birthday. So Coach Fry, he would have loved this wide open offense, Bobby, wouldn't he? the way he threw it all
This
over
was a high porch picnic right here in Bloomington.
It sure was. Indiana and the Hawkeyes, a storied rivalry and a little bit testy here of late, but the Hawks prevail 90-68. Afterwards, we eavesdropped on the Indiana University Network. Don Fisher, their longtime play-by-play voice, he and his crew were talking with Indiana coach Mike Woodson, and Mike was short, sweet, and to the point.
Coach, really disappointing performance tonight. This Indiana basketball team played so well on Saturday, bounced back tonight, and just can't kind of find the way to get it done.
It's the worst game of the season for us as a team. I mean, you come off a great game at Purdue and then come back here and play the way we played. It's just unacceptable. And that's, I got to take the lick for that. I'm very disappointed in our team.
Coach, obviously the big story in the first half was the three-point shot. Again, Indiana didn't have a way to get it done as far as stopping the three-point play.
No, it didn't matter. They had their way. 3 points, 2 points, whatever you saw, they had their way, and that's just not Indiana basketball. It's unacceptable.
Coach, how do you deal with it the rest of the week?
We go back to work. We go back to work. Get ready for Michigan.
All right, Coach. Thanks for joining us.
And thanks to the Indiana Radio Network, our Learfield brethren, Indiana University Radio Network with Don Fisher and Coach Mike Woodson. Iowa's win tonight is the third road victory of the year in Big Ten play at Rutgers, at Minnesota, and now at Indiana. And it was Fran McCaffrey's 126th Big Ten regular season win. That ties the great Tom Davis for the most Big Ten wins in program history at 126. And I know Tom won't mind if Fran gets number 127 on Sunday.
I wouldn't think so, but also we'll be able to talk with Coach McCaffrey tomorrow at the Edgewater there about that. Didn't get a chance to ask him about that. I know it doesn't mean much to him, but certainly got to be proud of that record.
Nobody has more respect for Tom Davis than Fran McCaffrey. Fran has counseled with Tom ever since he stepped foot on campus 13 years ago, and Tom has been a guiding light for Coach McCaffrey. So I'm sure they'll have a quiet conversation between now and Sunday. And Dr. Tom's a regular listener to our call. So, Doc, if you're listening, Coach Tom Davis, thank you for all your love and support of Hawkeye basketball down through the years. As Iowa, an impressive win at an impressive time of the year to do so.
This is when you want to be hitting on all cylinders, and everybody the Hawks put in tonight, Coach McCaffrey put in, did something, and Josh Agunale got in there, did good. Josh Dix, and makes for a fun plane ride home, Gary.
Just the second home loss for Indiana here this year. Iowa wins at 90-68. Back with more post-game in a minute. This is Hawkeye basketball from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
At U.S. Cellular, we think phones are great, but they're not always great for us. Because while they connect us to so much, they can also distract us from, well, us. The us that actually laughs out loud with each other instead of just texting it. That knows being in the same room doesn't always mean being together. So let's find us again by putting our phones down. Not forever, just for 5. 5 days, 5 hours, even 5 minutes. Join U.S. Cellular in the Phones Down for 5 challenge. Find out more at uscellular.com/findus.
Let's wrap up our U.S. Cellular postgame show with a U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Here tonight, Iowa defeats Indiana 90-68. Nebraska has just gone to the halftime break up 12, 38-26 over Michigan State. That game being played in Lincoln. Fred Hoiberg and the Huskers playing their best basketball. They'll be in Iowa City Sunday afternoon. We've been told now that game is a sellout. Iowa-Nebraska is a sellout at 1 o'clock Sunday afternoon, but you can hear it on the Hawkeye Radio Network starting at noon. We'll talk more about that game, preview more on that contest tomorrow night. Nebraska won the first game with the Hawkeyes out in Lincoln way back at the end of 2022. So the Hawks are hoping for a rebound on Sunday afternoon at 1 o'clock. We'll see you at Carver. The Hawkeye women head to Minneapolis for the Big Ten tournament later this week. Iowa has a double bye. The number 2 seed, Caitlin and company, will host or will play either Purdue or Wisconsin in the Friday quarterfinals. The Hawkeye wrestlers are at Ann Arbor this weekend for the Big Ten championships. Real Woods and Spencer Lee are the number 1 seeds. Patrick Kennedy and Tony Cassiope are 3 seeds for the Hawks. Good luck to Tom Brands and the Grapplers, and you can hear that coverage on KXIC this weekend up in Ann Arbor, our Hawkeye affiliate. Baseball today, Iowa defeated Loras 9-2 in the Hawkeyes home season opener. Jack Whitlock. Is that Whitlock? Whitlock got the victory for Iowa on the bump. A couple more basketball scores before we say goodnight. Marquette beat Butler 72-56. Virginia held off Clemson 64-57. First half scores: third-ranked Kansas leads Texas Tech 20-16. 12th-ranked Tennessee over Arkansas 26-17. San Diego State has a 2-point lead on Boise, and it is Texas A&M leading Ole Miss by 3. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard. And that wraps up our coverage from Bloomington tonight, where the Hawkeyes defeated the Indiana Hoosiers by a score of 90-68. Purdue is still in first place with 5 defeats. The Hawks and Indiana are now 11-8, and when the smoke clears tonight, they'll be no worse that Iowa will be no worse than a third-place tie, and still the double bye in play, but a big game Sunday needed by Iowa to ensure that. We'll talk then. We'll talk tomorrow night from the Hyatt Regency and the Edgewater Grill and Bar on Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey from 7 until 8:30. Till then, this is Gary Dolphin for Bobby Hansen, our engineer-producer Corey Sheets. Thanks for listening tonight. We're from Indiana. The Hawks beat the Hoosiers 90-68. Good night. This has been Hawkeye Basketball from Learfield.
You've been listening to the U.S. Cellular postgame show, brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawkeye Basketball has been brought to you by Alliant Energy. Visit AlliantEnergy.com to see how they're using their energy to power beyond. U.S. Bank, proud to support Iowa basketball. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. And by Case IH. Make every shot count with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. United Healthcare, proud sponsors of Small Business Spotlight. Sign up your small business at HawkeyeSports.com/UHC. Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. Also brought to you by Shields, right there with you. And by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation on the Hawkeye Sports Network.